Well, good morning again. My name is Joe McMonagle. I'm the Secretary General of the IEF. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 13th IEA-IEF OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks. It's a pleasure to host such a distinguished group of guests and panelists and dignitaries to our headquarters once again. We're very honored. It's a great pleasure to welcome my good friend, His Excellency Haitham Al-Ghais. Haitham, thank you for being a longstanding supporter of the IEF. I think the first time we met was maybe 6 or 7 years ago in this room when you were a board member and I was just a struggling energy analyst sitting in the back row. It's great to welcome you back for the first time in your new capacity as Secretary General of OPEC and one of our partners and co-hosts of today. And congratulations on behalf of the IEF and all of us here. We're grateful for the support of you and the OPEC team in this event. I'd like to welcome our International Energy Agency colleagues, Peg McKay and Nadam Abdelama. Last week, we were honored to have IEA Executive Director, Dr. Fatih Birol, participate in the IEF Asian Ministerial Energy Roundtable that we held in India, including a session with Prime Minister Modi. And of course, Dr. Birol, provided many insightful contributions to the discussion as usual. So we're grateful for our IEA colleagues' participation today. And in a few minutes, we'll hear a recorded message, welcome message from my good friend and fellow U.S. Citizen Ambassador Mary Bruce Warlick, who is the IEA Deputy Executive Director. It's also a pleasure to welcome the Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, GECF, His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Hamel, and who also is a former board member of the IEF and another person I met here in this room in a different capacity. Congratulations on all the great work you're doing at GECF. And also my good friend, the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, Francesco La Camera. Thank you so much for being here. Francesco was also at the Asian Ministerial Roundtable, and of course, thank you for all your excellent contributions there. Before we get started, I'll just make a few opening remarks before handing it over to our other co-hosts and special guest speakers. Fostering greater mutual understanding of energy outlooks of the IEA, OPEC, and other international organizations, I think has never been more important. We're faced with a series of global crises in climate, energy markets, and the economy that are all closely interwoven. A better understanding of the energy outlooks will help us address them, I think, more effectively. I hope you will all agree that these dialogues reinforce the relevance of the neutral platform of the IEF, and I look forward to a stimulating day of diverse insights. So before I pass the floor, let me make 6 short observations and recommendations. First, successive shocks have rocked the world, including energy markets over recent years. Since last year's symposium, the economic outlook has deteriorated while geopolitical risks and price volatility have surged. For policymakers, security of supply has reemerged as a top priority. Second, long-term demand uncertainty is now compounded by acute near-term risks, particularly in oil and gas markets. Market uncertainty fuels price volatility, harming consumers, investors, businesses, and governments. Third, the only sure antidote to high energy prices and volatility is adequate investment in new supplies. Underinvestment threatens to undermine energy security and can also stall progress on climate goals by undermining public support for climate action and increasing reliance on more carbon-intensive options in the short term, as we've seen. Fourth, energy investment decisions are informed by energy demand outlooks and scenarios. While aspirational scenarios are essential for tracking progress towards climate goals, it's equally important to provide outlooks based on current policy and consumer trends. Investment decisions should be based on realistic scenarios and real-time data to prevent supply shortfalls. Fifth, clear assessments on the likelihood of scenario outcomes based on recent trends, investment levels, consumer behavior, and policy enforcement could enhance the usefulness of outlooks for investors and policymakers. And finally, as you can see in our comparison report that we have at your seats, the divergence between long-term energy demand and outlooks continues to be as large as the entire oil and gas market today. These wide range of energy scenarios underscores the importance for policymakers to provide clear, predictable, and achievable policies, and highlights the challenges ahead for achieving just and orderly transitions for all. So with that, I'm going to pass the floor to my good friend, the Secretary General of OPEC, His Excellency Haitham Al-Ghais.
Thank you, Joe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency Joe McMonigal, IEF Secretary General. It's a great pleasure, as Joe said, to return here to Riyadh for this 13th edition of the IEA-IEF OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks. Allow me, please, at the outset to thank His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy, Saudi Arabia, for the great hospitality, and thanks Saudi Arabia for being such a great host for the IEF. His Royal Highness, as most of you may know, has been a champion of dialogue between consumers and producers throughout his career, and its success to date owes a great deal to his efforts. Allow me also to offer my warm regards to His Excellency Joseph McMonigal, Secretary General of the IEF, our host today, and to Mary Burse-Warlick, Deputy Executive Director of the IEA, who I understand is joining us virtually, to all the guests, speakers, and presenters and contributors. OPEC attaches the utmost importance to the producer-consumer dialogue. The course of events has underscored the importance of further bolstering dialogue, including on energy outlooks. Impartial, data-based, and fact-driven analysis is essential in grounding policy making in realistic thinking. This is important as it keeps out politics from the decision-making of our industry. Moving on to the topic of the energy transition. There are several realities one must consider when addressing it. The first is energy poverty. Today, over 700 million people worldwide do not have access to electricity, while 2.4 billion still use inefficient and polluting cooking systems. Energy poverty is closely tied to two crucial interrelated issues: energy security and investments. OPEC has warned about the dangers of chronic underinvestment in our industry for many years. For the oil industry alone, which we still see making up close to 29% of the world's energy needs by the year 2045, the global oil sector will need cumulative investments of $12.1 trillion throughout 2045. This is published in our World Oil Outlook. Whilst emphasizing the importance of investments, allow me to reiterate that OPEC fully supports the aim of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. However, we recognize, as does the IPCC, that there are multiple pathways to attain our common goal. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, and renewables alone cannot achieve the Paris Agreement goals. The overall focus needs to be on emissions reduction and the use of all fuels to meet this goal. In this regard, we believe the oil industry's resources and expertise can be harnessed to help develop efficient technological solutions such as carbon capture, utilization, and storage, the circular carbon economy framework, and hydrogen. Allow me to conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, by saying once again, thank you to our host, the IEF. OPEC really values our relationship with the IEF and the IEA and other dialogue partners. We look forward to strengthening the producer-consumer dialogue in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hytham, and you are a co-host of this event. We're just physically hosting it here today. Our other co-host is, of course, our colleagues at the IEA, and for that, we're going to show a video from the Deputy Executive Director, Mary Bruce Warlick.
Colleagues, good morning from Paris. Pleasure to. Before I start, begin by expressing my condolences to the many thousands affected by the deadly in Turkey, Syria, and neighboring countries. This is one of the tragic natural disasters in recent years, and the situation is unprecedented international support to assist the civilian populations in these areas, very much with the people of this region at a very difficult moment. Now let me also begin by thanking our co-organizers, IEF and OPEC, for convening this 13th Symposium on Energy Outlook. I much regret that I could not be with you in Riyadh today. Last year was a turning point for global markets. War in Europe revealed the unreliability of Russia as a supplier to one of its key markets. Lower supplies of Russian oil and gas to a key demand such as the European Union has clearly put pressure on other suppliers, including in the Middle East. And inflationary trends have severely affected importing countries, both advanced and developed economies. However, rising costs of food, manufactured goods, and transportation have also impacted their economies. Now, the outlook for oil markets remains mired in uncertainty, with Russian supply and Chinese demand the two largest wild cards. Russian oil supply has held up better than expected following the invasion of Ukraine, as measures have been put in place to facilitate the rerouting of oil exports to new destinations, mostly in Asia. And it is still unclear how the EU embargo and price cap on oil products that took effect earlier this month will impact trade flows, but our expectation is that some Russian oil will need Excellencies, dear COVID restrictions will be a key determinant of the oil market balance in the coming years. And we now expect China to account for nearly half of global oil demand growth this year. At the same time, the last year has seen an intensification of extreme climate events. These include prolonged droughts, wildfires, extreme heat episodes in countries such as Iraq, as well as floods in numerous regions across the globe. And beyond the tragic immediate impact these events have had on individuals and communities, these phenomena are putting a strain on the resilience of energy systems, whether they are dominated by hydrocarbons or low-carbon energy. And as a result, the dual objective of ensuring energy security and tackling the climate challenge has prompted leading economies and energy demand centers to accelerate transitions toward lower-emitting energy sources. Evidence of that is found in important policy developments made by the world's biggest economies to accelerate clean energy transitions. According to IEA analysis and under our stated policy scenario, clean energy investments by 2030 should reach about $2 trillion. This is driven by ambitious incentive programs such as the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, the Repower EU program, Japan's Green Transformation Program, and India's domestic renewable capacity target of 500 gigawatts. Nevertheless, despite the emergence of a new energy economy led by low-carbon energy sources, the role of oil and gas will remain prominent, even in a low-carbon global energy system. Now, IEA analysis is driven by data, and we understand that no energy transitions can be conducted without the persistence of responsible and reliable oil and gas producers. However, as global decarbonization accelerates, there remain significant opportunities for producers to maintain and enhance their position as energy leaders. First, decarbonizing oil production beyond the immediate climate impact would increase producers' competitiveness in a market that will increasingly favor low-emitting oil and oil products. Second, producers have an unprecedented opportunity to be at the forefront of clean energy transitions, notably around the development of synthetic fuels or hydrogen that are expected to become some of tomorrow's energy demand drivers. Producers hold the necessary assets, infrastructure, and skills to be the leaders of clean energy transitions and investments. And regardless of individual country choices, and with a view to address the climate and energy security challenges that concern us all, support for the energy dialogue has never been as important. I would once again like to thank our partners at the IEF and OPEC for co-hosting this valuable symposium, and I wish all attendees a fruitful and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mary for recording that message. We really appreciate our partnership with the IEA as one of the co-hosts of this event. So let's turn to some invited guests for remarks, and I'm sure we'll have some valuable contributions. Turn first to my good friend Mohammed Hamel, who's the Secretary General of GECF. Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to take part in the 13th edition of the IEA-IEF-OPEC Symposium. And thank you, Joe and Haytham, for co-hosting this event and for your invitation. And it certainly feels good to be back here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to the IEF headquarters in Riyadh. Many good memories I have and many friends. And I am sure you remember when His Royal Highness summoned Fatih and I to Jeddah in June 2008 to prepare a joint statement by Saudi Arabia and the secretariats of the IEA, IEF, and OPEC, which was issued further to the Producer-Consumer Summit held on the 22nd of June 2008. This could be considered as the inception moment of the IEF-OPEC IEA dialogue. A process was then initiated, which led to adoption of the joint work program by the IEF Ministerial in Cancun in 2010. And history will retain the leadership role of His Royal Highness in all those years. And I would like today to give special credit to His Royal Highness, whom I consider one of the architects of the producer-consumer dialogue. No less than 15 members of the GECF are also members of the IEF, and 10 are members of its executive committee. And the GECF is also a partner in Gas. And we are committed to strengthening the cooperation with the IEF, and I hope that in the upcoming ministerial, the GECF will be included in the joint work program. Ladies and gentlemen, the global energy system has been a roller coaster in the last 3 years. Coronavirus pandemic, economic recession, chronic underinvestment, geopolitical tensions, and economic restrictions. Drastic transformations in natural gas markets are happening in ways that deeply affect physical flows, investment, trade, and market functioning. And energy security is back at the top of policymakers' priority list. At the same time, 2.6 billion people have to rely on dung and charcoal for cooking, and around 800 million do not have access to electricity. And progress towards universal access to energy is hampered by the coronavirus pandemic, high inflation, and subdued economic growth. Against this background, the energy trilemma has never been clearer and more complicated at the same time. How to ensure a secure, affordable, and sustainable energy system over the short to long term. The GECF Global Outlook, which was unveiled 2 weeks ago and which is available on our website, discusses this question. And let me share with you briefly 5 of its main findings. First, all energy sources and technologies will be required to satisfy the world's growing energy needs, stemming from a growing population, 1.8 billion additional people by 2050, and more than doubling of the economy in size, and the quest for higher standards of living, while improving air quality and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As my brother Haytham said, there is no one-size-fits-all model. National circumstances, capabilities, priorities, and people's choices will determine future energy pathways. Second, natural gas, along with renewables, is expected to play a pivotal role in sustainable development for decades to come. By 2050, natural gas demand is expected to grow by 36%, and its share will increase from 23% today to 26% in 2050, the highest of all hydrocarbons. Even under the accelerated decarbonization scenario, natural gas demand continues to grow, albeit at a slower pace. The third takeaway is the crucial need to rapidly scale up many of the existing clean energy sources and technologies: wind and solar, coal to gas switching, carbon capture utilization and storage, blue and green hydrogen, modern biomass, as well as energy efficiency. Technology is key to successfully combating climate change, but the task is huge and we need to start now. Policy support, fiscal and monetary incentives, and appropriate market design are all required. The fourth takeaway is that investment is critical for energy resilience, affordability, and security. By 2050, the cumulative upstream and midstream investment required to satisfy global gas demand will reach a hefty $10.5 trillion. And in an industry characterized by a natural decline rate of 4–5% per annum, not investing is the recipe for lack of supply, higher prices, and a chaotic energy future. Finally, the fifth message is about Africa, a continent whose population will increase from 1.4 to 2.5 billion people in 2050, and where 900 million still lack access to clean cooking fuels and 600 million to reliable electricity. Africa cannot but turn to its natural resources for its socio-economic development. The narrative that Africa should not develop its natural gas reserves is misguided. A prosperous Africa will be more capable of protecting its environment. Once again, thank you very much, Joe and Haytham, for your invitation. Great to be here once again in Riyadh, and I wish you a fruitful symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now let me turn to my good friend, Francesco La Camera, the Director General of IRENA. Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joseph. And happy to be here to share the IRENA point of view on the energy transition. Allow me at the start to thank His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz Salman Al Saud. He's been too kind with me. He take care of me just when I arrived from the plane until now, and so it's showing always great interest on the work of IRENA. Always sending greetings. I think is a really how to say special person. So thanks to him. Naturally, I have seen a tweet where we are announcing the meeting today, recalling something that I say in the past here at the IEF, and say that if I was right or not in that occasion. First of all, the first thing that I think is make also us act as a friend and working together is that IRENA is not changing mind every 6 months. Our line is very coherent. and it's clear. It can be it's understandable. Someone can be agree or not, but we have a certain degree of linearity that I think could be appreciated. So the energy transition is in place, and the numbers say very clearly that we are moving to a new energy system that will be largely dominated by renewables, with the complements of hydrogen, mainly green hydrogen, and the sustainable use of biomass. Essentially, it's correct to say that there are multiple trajectories that may bring us to what we should be in 2050, but in the end, in 2050, the world should be quite different than today. And so, if it is the trajectory, direction of travel, this happened for a very simple reason. That's very well known. Producing electricity by renewables is in 90% of the world the most competitive way to produce electricity. So there is no doubt about this. The other aspect, naturally, that renewables are clean by definition in some way. And the other thing is that also socially acceptable, at least. We know that we can have more jobs created by renewables than with traditional investment. Now there is a fourth element that will push in the medium term the energy transition, is the question of the energy security. So the Ukrainian crisis has made clear that 80% of the country in the world are dependent on fossil fuels. And also, as the concept of intermittency has been changed, because not only renewables are intermittent, only gas at time could be. So going for a more decentralized energy system, ensure more resilience, having more actors work in the energy market, as it is well understandable, may provide for more stability. So it's inevitable, and we will going this year towards the COP28, and the COP28 will be the first moment where the UNFCCC will testify. So one thing is that IRENA say we are not on track, or other. The other thing, if the UNFCCC that is leading the process will say we are not on track, and we are not on track. Naturally, it will be different, depends on the continent, depends on the country, but in the final end of the assessment of the stock taking will be this one. So then, naturally, if the COP28 will not succeed to make clear how closing the gap between where we should be and where we are, it will fail. So he has to build a proposition that could be accepted by all the member states and say how closing the gap. And on this, we at IRENA, we want to concentrate our attention. So if it's sure that we have to get a certain point in 2050, the fact is that we cannot get there if we don't have more renewables into the grid. This is the first point. And no one, I think, can argue against this. The second thing is that oil and gas still remain. Naturally, the relationship between renewables, oil and gas will change, but still will be there. And we cannot assure, as you say, no disruption in the market if we don't continue to decline smoothly. We cannot just shut off everything. And for doing this, I think we need investment also in oil and gas. We never say that we have to stop invest in oil and gas, because we don't send political messages. We just send what is needed. So naturally, if we want to decline smoothly without disruption, this means that we have to provide some investment. If not, we will have the disruption and the incapacity to respond to the demand. And naturally, in this smooth decline, investment should be also there for greening the way we manage oil and gas production. And in our point of view, naturally, the main point will be, again, having more renewables into the grid. And we will concentrate on trying to understand how we can have more renewables into the grid. We have all seen that the system that is working now, allowing from the point of extraction to arrive to my house to provide gas for me and heating and cooling, and has been needing an infrastructure that sustains the system. Without the infrastructure, that means the physical infrastructure, means also the legal and policy infrastructure, means institutional capacity, means a professional skill. The system that actually has provided us with wealth we have has been sustained by the infrastructure. We don't have such infrastructure for renewables. In which sense we can use in the natural, the existing infrastructure, but we cannot go on more than a certain share of renewables into the energy system. For example, in Africa, how you can invest in renewables as needed if you don't have the way to plug the electricity into the grid. So we have to remember that gas, oil are in Africa for more than 70 years now, at least the most important Italian company, as far as I know. But still, we have people without access to energy. We have people without basic energy services. So if we don't build the infrastructure, we also don't understand that if you want more people having renewables, you have to also work for the development. Because if people is not ready to pay for the bill, how you can invest if people will not buy your electricity? So the way system infrastructure could be also a way to raise the revenue of those countries and allow for private investors to go there and do their job. And also legal. Also, still in my house, I have a house in Sicily that's, as you can imagine, is running by renewables. I cannot put the surplus of my electricity into the grid still in my loved country, no? Because the legal and also organization is not there for that. So this is what we are going to, the professionals here. If you talk with company, they say that they cannot do what they wish because they are not professional to do this kind of things. And naturally, oil and gas could be very important because there is the financial and also the capability that should be part of this exercise. And this is the reason from when I was starting my first tenure at IRENA, one of the first things that I did was coming to this meeting. You were sitting there, Joseph, at the time. But I remember perfectly, and this is the reason I'm trying a way to be here and talk with you, express very clear that we need to work together and to try and find a way not to cause disruption and work for the well-being of our people. Naturally, has been mentioned the unacceptable inequalities that exist, and we strongly believe that the new system coming may provide for decreasing this inequality, because the just transition, as it's called, is not just that we have to provide job for who are losing the job. The just transition is that we have to transit from one world to another world that is better. And for being better, it must be more equal. So, to close, countries like our esteemed host, Arabia, are taking serious steps toward implementation. We commend the Kingdom on its ambitious Vision 2030, the Green Wall, its increasing investment in clean energy, and the number of initiative launches such as the Saudi and the Middle East Green Initiative. It is with such initiative that the region continues to position itself as a leader in climate action. I don't know if we succeed to keep the 1.5 alive, and I don't think that is also a useful discussion. If we are going to 1.5 or to the grid, well, I think that we have to go for the best, for the better, and I'm confident that with our active action we can succeed on that. So all eyes will turn to this year. All eyes will turn to the region of the world for answers. The Gulf country will have an historical opportunity at COP28 to show leadership. But it will be successful only if it will be a collective effort of international institutions, countries, and companies. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Really fantastic remarks, and I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate you publicly on your extension of your renewal of your term as Director General of IRENA. It's a recognition of all the good work that you're doing and the you're providing in the Energy Dialogue. So thank you for being here. I know you have a busy schedule, so it took a lot to be here. We really appreciate it. So thank you so much. Before we move to the next session, let me just recognize a few high-level officials. We have, of course, Royal Highness, who is mentioned here, is before he became minister, the founder, I think, of the IEF, and we're so grateful for his generous time and contribution. He'll be here, I think, around 11 o'clock for the special ministerial roundtable. But I also wanted to recognize two ministers that have joined us today. The minister from Libya, Libya is a brand member of the IEF in the last month, I think. So welcome. We're very happy to have you here. And of course, the minister of Pakistan, who came yesterday, and I met with him. Very good conversation, and he's very much looking forward to the discussion. So thank you for being here as well. So let's move to the next session. This is kind of, I think, the meat of why we're here today, and it's the presentation of the outlooks by the nations, and over to Ayad Al-Khatani, who's the Director of Research at OPEC, for the first presentation. Ayad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Distinguished gentlemen, it's always good to be back. With pleasure to share with you over the next 10-15 minutes the most recent views of the OPEC Secretariat on the global economy and energy over short, medium, and long terms. The numbers and graphs that I will be sharing with you on the screen, that are extracts from the monthly oil market report that we released yesterday, and the World Oil Outlook, the annual flagship publication by the Secretariat that we have launched at the sidelines of EDIPIC almost 3 months ago. Starting with the economy in the short term, we see the global economy growing at 2.6% this year. This will be dominated by the non-OECD growth of 3.9%, predominantly India and China, followed by the OECD, which is expected to grow at 1.1%. The base assumption for this outlook is that the COVID-19 repercussions, as well as the geopolitical developments, they don't dampen any further the current levels of the economic growth and activities that we see. Of course, this economic growth expectations are surrounded by many critical uncertainties, including but not limited to the current high elevated inflation rates and the expected interest rate tightening by the major central banks around the world, let alone the geopolitical developments in the eastern part of Europe. With this economic growth, we expect the global oil demand to still grow at a healthy rate of 2.3% this year. This will be led by the non-OECD region, which is going to contribute around 2 million barrels per day growth, while the remaining 300 or 400 or so will be from the OECD. Of course, China will be pivotal to this economic growth expectation this year. China remains to be in a good course as it relaxes the country's zero COVID-19 constraints, and is expected to contribite around 5.3% growth this year. China is expected to see 600 or so thousand barrels per day growth rate this year, while India will see almost 250,000. On the supply side, we think that the non-OPEC supply will grow by around 1.4 million barrels per day this year. This will be dominated by the US, which is by large will be the largest contributor to this non-OPEC supply growth this year, followed by many other areas, including but not limited to Canada and Brazil. If we look deeper into the US, a growth rate is expected around 1.1 million barrels per day. It will be largely the US tight crude and liquids, followed by the unconventional NGLs, which is expected to contribute around 400,000 barrels per day of that growth. The uncertainty around this forecast or projection remains to be the geopolitical development, the Russian element, as well as the expectations around the US shale. Quick view on where we stand when it comes to commercial stocks. The OECD stood at around 2.7 billion barrels December of last year. This is almost 117 million barrels up from early last year. Of course, we've seen the OECD commercial stocks recently peaking at around 3.2 billion barrels back in July 2020, but it has come down since then, and we've seen it rising since January last year. Of course, there is one slight tick that we've seen in December compared to the 5 months prior to that. On the non-OECD, we see them building stocks. They've built around 277 million barrels since the January of last year. Of course, they stand at 3.1 billion barrels, down from the 3.4 billion barrels that we've seen back in April 2020. As continuously stressed upon by His Royal Highness, His Excellency, the Secretary General of OPEC, as well as the ministers of OPEC, investment is very critical going forward. We've seen the investment crashing in 2015 and 16, down from the 886 million or billion dollars that we've seen in 2014. Of course, it has recovered slightly on the years subsequent to that, but another crash was seen in 2020 as a repercussion to the COVID-19, a crash of around 30%. We haven't really recovered back to the 2010, 2014 levels, but we hope to see the investment pipes back in the ground to avoid a new probably cycle of price volatility and elevated prices due to the shortcoming or the underinvestment that we've experienced over the past decade or so. This was on the short term. Moving gears into the medium to long term, I will be sharing, as I mentioned earlier, many messages from the WU, which is quite recent, 3 months ago. As a base assumption to our long-term projections is the global economic growth, which is expected to at least, the global economy is expected to at least double between now and 2045, reaching around $270 trillion. Along with that, we will see another 1.6 billion people seeing the light between now and then. Huge urbanization increase. We are expected to reach a 66% urbanization rate, while the middle class expansion is expected to be around 65%. Around 1 billion people will be injected in the workforce, and with these two critical parameters, urbanization as well as people contributing to the workforce, we are expected to see a lot of economic activities that requires a lot of energy demand. On policy and technology fronts, we expect them to rather evolve as opposed to revolt. We see gradual improvement or tightening in energy policies, improving on efficiency, of course, doubling the economic growth, but we will see only around 32% increase in energy demand. The technology, we expect everything to, or the technology to improve. Costs will be reduced in the various technologies to facilitate for the demand to materialize. Now, looking into the energy mix, we see, as I mentioned earlier, the global primary energy demand is expected to increase by 23%, equivalent of 65 million barrels per day between 2021 and 2045. The renewable part of that will be the fastest growing. It will grow at a 7%, reaching around 11% of the energy mix. The natural gas will be a winner, will be also growing very fast when it comes to the volumes, as we see from the graph here. The natural gas will expand its market share, reaching 24%. As for oil, we'll will remain to be the largest share of the energy mix, commanding the top spot as always, only dropping from 31% down to 29%. On regional basis, as we will see from the following graphs, the non-OECD countries will dominate not only the energy demand going forward, but also the oil picture. And as we can see from here, the non-OECD countries are expected to increase their oil demand by around 24 million barrels per day. And counter to that, the OECD will reduce their demand by 11 million barrels per day. The netto of that will be an increase of 13 million barrels of oil equivalent between 2021 and 2045. That will be an additional oil demand required over the time horizon, not to mention the natural depletion that we will have to compensate for just to maintain where we are. Where would that oil demand go? Three major sectors: the aviation, to come back to the pre-pandemic level, and then to cater to the aviation demand in the run-up to 2045. Aviation is expected to chunk up around 4 million barrels of those 13 that I've mentioned earlier. The road transport will demand almost another 4 million barrels per day of that growth. And then petrochemical will be a major player in the time horizon. Of course, most of it will be from industry, and it will emerge from Asia and Middle East. There's always they talk about the electrification of the transport sector, and here's a quick snapshot of how we see the electrification going forward. We are quite bullish on our EV growth between now and 2045. Our base assumption here assumes the EVs will grow by more than 3,300% in the run-up to 2045. They will grow from a current level of 15 million vehicles to around 500 plus million vehicles by 2045. That's a huge growth, but considering that they are growing or starting from a very low level, despite that very generous assumption on the growth rate, they will still dominate or command around 24% of the transport fleet by then. Overall, the internal combustion engine, the ICEs, will remain the main stream when it comes to the technology driving up our transport sector between now and then. On the supply side, we see non-OPEC supply growing to reach around 71 million barrels per day by 2027. But beyond that, it is expected to taper off. The US will be major to that growth. As a matter of fact, we see the US tight oil peaking at 16 million barrels per day by 2030. Beyond that, a few countries will be able to render support to the non-OPEC supply picture, mainly Guyana, Canada, Kazakhstan, Brazil, as well as Qatar. This will be insufficient to compensate for the gap left behind, and therefore the OPEC member countries will have to step in, increasing their liquid supply from the level of 31 million barrels per day up to 42 plus million barrels per day. That's on the liquid side. On the crude side, it will be a rise from 26 million to around 35 million barrels per day, which is a growth of 33 up to 39% of the market share. So the world will lean heavily on OPEC member countries to provide that gap and cater to that economic growth that we expect coming up our way. On refining, we still suffer the shortage of refining capacity worldwide. We expect this crunch to stay with us until next year or probably the year after. A refining capacity shortage of 2.7 million barrels per day before this shortage starts easing, and then we will see an increase of around 15.5 million barrels per day distillation capacity between now and 2045, with the bulk of that refining capacity emerging from key regions, which are expected to be the demand hubs of the world going forward, namely Asia Pacific, Middle East, as well as Africa. Quick word on trade. We expect to see an additional 6 million barrels per day finding its way from major producing regions, literally the Middle East, to where we see the demand growing significantly, which is Asia. So an additional 6 million barrels of crude and condensate will have to find its way into Asian markets. investments, which we cannot talk enough about the required investment just to avoid new or further elevated prices, as well as to secure energy to render support and secure the economic growth that we hope to see coming up in the next 24 years or so, given the population growth that will be emerging mainly from Asia and Africa and Middle East and poor regions when it comes to energy access, but also to facilitate for that urbanization and workforce I mentioned earlier. We will require north of $12 trillion on the oil sector alone, around 9.5% or 9.5 trillion dollars of that will be in the upstream, $1 trillion will be in the midstream, and then another 1.5 in the downstream. Of course, this is the base case, but we mapped out two cases, sensitivity cases or scenarios around that base case. In the first scenario, we called it advanced technology scenario, which is depicted here in the graph by the green line. In this scenario, we assume that we will have intensive technology development, deployment into the global energy sphere. It will get us close to where the 1.5 degrees scenario takes us, but this is deploying more of the available technologies in a more rational manner. With this scenario, we see oil demand dropping to 92 million barrels per day by 2045. In the laissez-faire scenario, it's the base case scenario, but with that we assume a higher economic growth and less technology development into that scenario. We see an additional 5 million. That's to say, if we don't do what we have promised in terms of the indices submitted and how we see policies may evolve going forward. Few key takeaway messages. Oil remain to be a dominant fuel going forward. I think that we've heard this message loud and clear from Her Excellency, the Deputy Executive Director of the IEA. The oil gas will remain dominant, prominent, even in a low carbon scenario. So I think we are repeating the same message. The renewables will grow at an extremely high rate, but they will still constitute a small portion of the mix. That's because they start from a very low value. Same applies to the electrification of the transport sector, despite all the hype that we talk about. And their excellencies have elaborated on the investment requirement, not only that, but also the infrastructure investment needs. Definitely the energy poverty and sustainable development goals, which we have covered in our WU in a separate chapter, remains to be a concern. Of course, the OPEC member countries have done a lot on the environmental front, and we've covered that in one chapter. But again, the climate issues and policies and approaching it in a very plausible, consistent, fair, inclusive manner remains to be an issue. And with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we'll turn to our other co-host of today's symposium, our colleagues from the IEA, and Peg Mackey, who's the senior oil markets analyst, will make this presentation. So Peg, floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies and colleagues. We are delighted to be here in Riyadh today to take part in this symposium, and many thanks to His Royal Highness and the IEF for hosting us here today and organizing this very, very important event. So following Dr. Katani's excellent presentation, I'm going to make showcase a few items from our World Energy Outlook. The energy crisis that developed last year has impacted producers and consumers alike. To beef up energy security and industrial policy, as well as climate targets, governments around the world took steps to accelerate the clean energy economy. Now, the crucial test will be whether governments bring additional capital into clean energy and encourage investment in lasting solutions. As you can see on the slide, this is the picture for clean energy investment, including not just renewable power, but also nuclear, clean fuels, grids and storage, and demand-side changes like improvements to efficiency, EVs, and so on. As you can see, for the first 5 years after the Paris Agreement, global clean energy investment was flat, and only in 2021 did we start to see an uptick. This momentum is now turbocharged by new policies. By 2030, annual clean energy investment rises above $2 trillion a year, and that's up more than 50% compared with today. The biggest increases come from grids, EVs, heat pumps, and clean power, and fastest growth from emerging technologies like batteries, low emissions hydrogen, and CCUS. Now, there is a caveat. The largest share of the increase in investment is concentrated in advanced economies, followed by China. So there is a lot of work to do to increase the pace of investment in emerging and developing economies. Fossil fuel use and the emissions from their combustion has risen every decade since the start of the Industrial Revolution more than 200 years ago. But for the first time, today's policy settings are strong enough to generate an overall peak in fossil fuel demand before the end of this decade. Along with the plateau in gas demand, coal demand peaks within the next few years, and oil demand reaches a high point in the mid-2030s before falling back slightly. So what does this mean for emissions? These have risen steadily over recent decades, and prior to the Paris Agreement, our baseline expectation was that they would continue to do so, putting us on track for a really catastrophic 3.5-degree rise in long-term average temperatures. But, as we just saw, we are now approaching a peak in fossil fuel demand, even under today's policies, and that's associated with a peak in emissions as well. In our view, the improvements we've seen with key technologies and policies have already shaved around 1 degree off projected long-term warming compared to our pre-Paris baseline. That's bringing this down to 2.5 degrees. This is obviously a better outcome than before, but still not enough to avoid severe effects from climate change. So can we reduce the temperature rise by another 1 degree and keep it within the 1.5 degree limit? That's going to be a much tougher task. But if governments follow through with their pledges in full and on time, and if companies follow through on their own commitments, then that takes us a long way. Now, this is a big if, and we cannot take this for granted, but this announced pledges scenario puts us on track for a global temperature rise of 1.7 degrees. On the far right, as you can see, the pathway to get emissions down to 0 by 2050 and limit warming to 1.5 degrees requires even faster transition. The outlook for oil demand is heavily dependent on the policy context and varies substantially by scenario. You can see here on this slide the rise of alternatives to oil across passenger cars, trucks, and aviation and shipping. Today's policy settings, as represented by STEPS, the stated policy scenario, are sufficient to lead to slowing oil demand growth by the end of this decade. If countries act to meet their national climate commitments in full, as in the announced policy scenario, or APS, then this will be sufficient, in our view, to generate a peak in oil demand around the middle of this decade. More rapid sales of electric cars account for 50% of the additional reductions in oil demand to 2030, and faster improvements in fuel efficiency for another 25%. And if you look on the far right, To get on track for a 1.5 degree scenario, these changes would need to be even faster. For example, more than half of car sales worldwide are electric already by 2030 in the net zero emissions scenario. And finally, turning to energy security, for the next few decades at least, we will be drawing down a system based on fossil fuels and building up one based on clean energy. But we need both parts to function well for the duration of the transformation. Some parts of the old infrastructure can also be reused or repurposed to find a place in the new system. Which brings us to the crucial issue of investment. Today, for energy investment flows, for every dollar spent on fossil fuels, we are spending $1.50 on clean energy. You may recall from the earlier slide that in steps, by 2030, clean energy investment goes up to $2 trillion. But to get on track for 1.5 degrees, this would need to be twice as much again. And note as well that even in such a dramatic scenario, the amount spent on fossil fuels in 2030 is not zero. But the ratio of fossil to clean spending now becomes 1 to 9. So if we want to avoid future price volatility, we have choices. The preferable way is to do what's shown on this screen, a massive scale up in clean energy investment. Wow. As we scale up investment, the fastest growth in clean energy spending needs to come in emerging and developing economies. And this is also where demand for energy is increasing most rapidly. But clean energy projects face an additional hurdle in these markets, and that's the high cost of capital. The cost of capital for a solar PV plant in key emerging economies was between 2 to 3 times higher than in advanced economies and China. The world also, if you look on the clear right, the world also needs to be very attentive to new vulnerabilities affecting energy security. Let's not swap one energy security vulnerability for another. Today it's gas. Tomorrow it could be critical minerals such as cobalt or nickel, or rare earth elements that are vital for batteries, or wind turbines or other clean energy technologies. As you see, again on the right, production of many of these materials is quite highly concentrated, and so is processing and refining, more concentrated than our existing fossil fuel supplies. And critical mineral demand for clean energy technologies is going to increase rapidly. So there is a lot of work to scale up these supply chains and make them more diverse. And finally, today's energy crisis reminds us that the journey to a more secure, inclusive, affordable, and sustainable energy system may not be a smooth one, but it also makes it crystal clear why we need to press ahead. Many thanks for your attention, and thank you very much.
Many thanks, Peg. That was quite interesting presentation. And now let's turn to my colleague, Christoph van Acht, who's the Director of Energy Dialogue at the IEF, for more of a comparison type report. Christoph, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, it is a pleasure to present this year's IEF Comparative Analysis of the IEA and OPEC outlooks and place these in the wider context of other outlooks that organizations such as the IPCC, IRENA, the GECF, or corporates put out. We're very grateful to the IEA, OPEC, and Resources for the Future, of course, on whose shoulders we stand, for their helpful suggestions to make this core IEF product even more robust. And my colleague, Alison Cutright, of course, the IEF senior analyst, who has led the charge on this in-depth and detailed IEF in-house work. Before I take you through the outlook comparisons themselves, it is important to recap the rationale on why we do this. Uncertainties rules. Outlooks based on reliable data and realistic assumptions are a tool to enhance predictability and consider or allow investors to consider all risks and opportunities involved with their projects. Now, long-term demand uncertainty is now compounded by acute near-term risks, especially in oil and gas markets. This fuels price volatility. It harms consumers. We are in the midst of a cost of living crisis, investors, businesses, and governments alike. The only sure antidote to high price volatility is adequate energy investment and supply now and in the future. What we observe, however, is that both the diversity and amplitude of energy supply demand outlooks continues to grow with each symposium. This erodes investor confidence as markets appear increasingly directionless over the long term. Just when energy investment and financing for energy security and transitions are at an all-time high, there is no clear line of sight into the energy future. Policy and technology pathways are foggy and varied. So this is why a comparative analysis of outlooks, a peer review, if you may, is always timely and a useful thing to do. Now, we've come a long way on baseline data harmonization. However, some divergences will remain. Looking at 2021, liquid demand's estimate diverged by 700,000 barrels, while supply diverges by a modest 400,000 barrels. The most prominent differences stem from non-OECD demand, in particular from the Middle East, Latin America, and China. While estimates for 2022 liquids demand and supply have converged, large divergences exist in the outlooks for this year. Risks and uncertainty permeate both supply and demand forecasts. On the supply side, the full impact of the price cap and ban on Russian production is still unknown. The agencies see Russian production falling by 0.9 or 1.4 million barrels a day year on year. On the demand side, there is bidirectional risk. On the downside, this concerns an economic global slowdown. Notably, the US EIA sees a contraction in OECD demand growth this year. On the upside, of course, there is the return of Chinese demand following the lifting of zero COVID policies. Compared to last year, all three agencies show a higher call on OPEC this year, but the amounts diverge by more than 1 million barrels due to different demand and non-OECD supply forecasts. IEA's 2023 forecasts imply the highest call on OPEC at roundabout 30 million barrels a day. This is 700,000 barrels higher than OPEC's actual production last December. Now, for the long term, we compared 6 primary IEA and OPEC scenarios, and these are well known and more details are also provided in the report. IEA's steps and OPEC reference see quite similar total primary energy demand trends to 2045, though OPEC sees a higher share of fossil fuel demand. Half of the scenarios see robust, around about 16 to 28% growth in primary energy. This is important because it reflects that additional energy capacity is needed for energy additions, in addition to transition. However, the other half of scenarios show a plateau or a decline in demand. This suggests a breakdown in the historic correlation between GDP growth and energy demand. This is a challenging course to track, particularly as 775 million people remain without electricity today, and 83% of the world's population live in developing countries. While renewables are expected to see substantial growth across all scenarios, non-fossil fuel demand will not reach today's fossil fuels demand levels by the end of the forecast period. IEA's net zero emission scenario has the highest non-fossil fuel energy forecast for 2050, but this is still slightly below IEA's estimate of 2021's or today's fossil fuel demand. Turning to renewables and nuclear, these are expected to grow by a total of 90 or up to 280% by 2045 in all 6 scenarios. Oil demand and natural gas demand are higher in 2045 versus 2021 in IEA steps and OPEC reference case and laissez-faire scenarios. And of course, coal sees a 70 to 70% drop across all scenarios. Fossil fuels still account for 62 to 77% of total primary energy demand in 2030 and range between 23 to 70% in 2045. Only IEA's net zero emission scenario shows a substantial 10% decline in total primary energy demand by 2030. IEA's net zero emission scenario shows other renewables share of primary demand increasing from 3% in 2021 to 41% in 2045, with solar increasing from 1 to 21% and wind increasing from 1 to 15%. Unprecedented growth. OPEC scenarios all see only a 2 percentage point decrease in oil share of primary energy between 2021 and 2045. And natural gas share of primary energy demand declines in all scenarios except OPEC's reference and laissez-faire scenarios, while coal, of course, sees the sharpest decrease in primary energy demand. What about liquids? IEA's WEO notes that in its APS and STEP scenarios, OPEC members' share of the global oil market will continue to rise from 35% in 2021 to 43% by 2050, its highest level since 1979. Time for the big picture. How do the IEA and OPEC outlook scenarios fit? Well, 75% of all scenarios surveyed, including several IPCC illustrative mitigation pathways, show end-period energy demand at higher levels than today. The high-low range between scenarios compared to today is not that far below the actual primary energy demand now. So the uncertainty range is as large as today's world energy demand. That's a lot to give or take. Around half of all scenarios have fossil fuels accounting for more than 50% of total primary energy demand in 2050. The high-low range for fossil fuel share is 72 percentage points. Within fossil fuels, forecasts for total liquid demand in 2050 diverge by 92 million barrels a day, again, slightly smaller than the size of today's global market. Scenarios based on current trends and policies show demand plateauing, while net zero scenarios show a peak and collapse. Scenarios for natural gas demand in 2050 diverge by a whopping 5 trillion cubic meters, an amount that is still 25% larger than today's global gas market. Finally, more than half of all scenarios show coal demand falling by more than 50% by 2050. Renewables range of projections in 2050 is 4 times greater than the current global renewable demand. So to summarize, the wide range in scenarios underscores the uncertainty in future energy demand, the wide-ranging potential impact of policy choices and technology breakthroughs, and the immense challenge ahead for achieving a smooth and equitable transition. Now, let me conclude with a slide on carbon capture. Most net zero scenarios show carbon capture expanding to 6 or 8 gigatons of CO2 equivalent captured by 2050. How we will get to these targets at today's relatively slow investment rates is the subject of tomorrow's meeting. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Okay, this is a time for some discussion and dialogue. So if you have a question for any of our panelists, want to make a contribution, just please raise your name card, and if you're in the audience, just raise your hand, and we'll have a microphone brought to you. Any Anybody want to please?
Thank you very much. I have two notes regarding the.
Could you, for the benefit of everybody, maybe introduce yourself,
Thank you.
where you're from? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed Sadoun. I'm Deputy General for Oil Marketing Company. Also, I'm a national representative in OPEC for Iraq. Questions regarding the reported for Outlook Energy. In this report, we noted that suspended development scenario was not listed with the scenarios. The outline is potential path 2040 to meet objective of the Paris through assumption about policy amid increasing efficiency and energy sources to limit energy demand growth. First noted. The second noted regarding the summary for reported mentioned Russia invasion of Ukraine has sparked a global energy, but also the energy crisis, also the Russia-Ukrainian cases and disruption in supply-demand pattern and affecting a long-standing trading relationship during the symptoms of energy crisis have noted since mid of 2021 because of rapid economic recovery, weather condition, and various parts of world maintenance work that had been delayed because of the pandemic and earlier decision by oil and gas companies exporting countries and reduce it. So the energy crisis, I think, not started within that. Thank you very much.
Peg, you want to take the first crack?
Thank you very much for your comments, and well noted, and agree that the pressures on the market, the world market, started before the situation in Ukraine. They started to build up in 2021. So thank you, and well noted.
I had any comments on that?
I think that was more of a question to
Okay.
the IEA scenarios.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Oh, sorry, Angela, I didn't see your.
Thanks for everybody for a phenomenal presentation on outlooks. A question, because we're trying to get a dialogue going. From the World Energy Council, when we've looked at many of these outlooks, we find that there's a big conversation about new build. There's less of a conversation about the investment required in maintain, decommission and repurposing. I noticed you talked about $1 trillion in the midstream, and a big lack of action, of infrastructure action planning, which actually coordinates the new plus the decommissioning and the repurposing. I would just be interested in reflections from all the different outlooks presented about whether we have not just investment, but adequate infrastructure action planning, which looks at all the elements, not just the new capacity elements.
Any comments on that? And it's obviously something Francesco raised, obviously, in his presentation as well, the need for infrastructure. I had.
Thanks, Your Excellency. I think it's a wonderful question, because we always wondered about the ticket price for revamping and modernizing the global energy system. It's a huge machine, and people forget sometimes the size when they dive deep into the a fuel or a sector. I think the price tag would be huge. It will be much more than the $4.5 trillion tabulated by some agencies annually, because if we look into oil component of that, it will be north of $400 million or $1 billion a year. And if you add the gas component, probably oil and gas will be north of $1 trillion. And if you add everything else, it will be a few trillions. Cumulatively speaking, will be an enormous value. In our forecasts or projections in OPEC, we only focus on the oil component. I'm sure there will be an associated cost with decommissioning, especially for huge platforms and refineries when they become obsolete at the end of their life. But probably the cost of attending to probably EVs, batteries, wind turbines when they reach. I think not only the oil and gas will have a hefty price when it comes to decommissioning some of their facilities, but the price tag will be multiples when you look into the renew. So it's not only the initial investment, but also it is the decommissioning. Unfortunately, we haven't looked in OPEC beyond the oil probably a portfolio, but I think it's a worthy exercise for the world to know how much we are talking about. In our dialogue program, which is extensive and rich, one of our major dialoguing partners, which impart very ambitious green plan. When we got the price tag, it was huge, but they expected the public or the private sector to cough up north of 90% of the investment required. And looking into the official and economic performance of the global economy, I don't think it be able to support that. So there has to be some sobering talk when we look into the how much would it cost to see all these green scenarios coming up. We will have to create the cash to finance all this, and without the fuel to create the GDP values today and tomorrow, I think that we will be able to finance all these very ambitious, outrageously ambitious, I would say, plans going forward. So I think it's a very good question. Unfortunately, we haven't looked into that. Probably colleagues in IEA have done that. Thank you.
Congressman Issa.
Thank you, Joe. I'm not an expert, but as an American, I can say that we had such a scheme for nuclear power in the United States, and it's proven that if you pre-place money for something, politicians will steal it. And as a result, we've essentially not fixed our problem of residual nuclear waste, but we have squandered tens of billions of dollars of the money, and now find that the pre-planned money will run out long before we actually probably find a replacement for Yucca Mountain and nuclear waste. But leaving that aside, my question is really one, as I look at the forecast and I ask a basic question, if short and medium term, the life cycle of both natural gas and oil exploration far exceeds their lifetime, in other words, the lifetime of a well or other fields, why is any forecast not a forecast of total investment at this point, at least in the 10-year plan? Why would you be diversifying out of an extremely lucrative and demanding area in the 2024 to 2035 period based on all the projections you showed us?
Any of the panelists want to take that up?
Well, I'll attempt to stab at that, Honorable Congress. But in OPEC, we look into who is investing in upstream oil and gas, which is the bread and butter of the energy portfolio catering to the economic growth expected going forward. OPEC countries have consistently injected pipes into the ground despite the cycles, and we've counted more than 7 cycles that we've passed through with the price, crash and then hikes. Unlike the non-OPEC producers, unfortunately, who are probably dominated by IOCs, who would invest only on good times. So the commitment displayed in terms of putting cash on the table demonstrates that probably the ability of the producers of OPEC as compared to others. Investment in OPEC member countries have always been there on the chart. The non-OPEC has been fluctuating up and down, depends on the financial. Unfortunately, the mindset or the investment mindset of the shale producers have contributed quite generously to the upstream, to the oil production over the horizon of 2009 through the 2016-18. We register a change in the mentality of the investors, of the shale producers, which is more oriented to dividends and debt payment as opposed to reinvesting, ensuring that it is there when it's mostly needed. Thank you.
Peg, can you, sorry.
Thank you. Just to add on to that, when we're making our forecasts, the investment element of it and investment into projects development is a core component of it. And it's something we track very carefully. So it's something that is, as I said, just a very core component of our forecasting. The longer term forecast you're talking about.
Within the life cycle of current investment, you have a shortfall current and, assuming Russia doesn't come to its senses and turn around, there's no new source that's going to get you past a pervasive shortfall. And that's even with coal still coming out of the ground in fairly large amounts. I'm only asking because as I come to this conference, we're at a time of recognizing that assumptions that were made 3 years ago because of various world events didn't occur. On the negative side, you had demand go down with China. But on the other side, the reliable supply now has been questioned and should be questioned going forward. So, as later in the day as a panelist, I'm from the United States. We're here to stop hurting the process too. But it is, and Your Excellency, we're very right. We have a tendency to pay dividends when we should be making investment. And that's one of the reasons, knowing that that's not going to change in the United States in the short run. The question was, how do we change the mentality to an all-in for the short run to get us past this insecurity that particularly Africa is going to enjoy?
Yeah, let me just add 2 points here. One is based on the current Jody data, demand is already back to pre-COVID levels. Supply is only about 97%. I think most people, not experts in this room, because everyone here is pretty knowledgeable, but I think the average person, and dare I say some energy ministers that I meet, think that supply gap is all OPEC or OPEC plus. And actually half of that supply gap is from the United States, which shale has not returned and investment hasn't returned. This is also probably a good time for me to plug the IEF investment report in upstream that's coming out on Thursday, that just to meet current, and also we don't lose public support because of high prices and volatility for the climate policies and the transition. So look for that on Thursday. But I want to turn it over to His Excellency Itham, who had a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. No, just to add into this discussion, which is very useful, and the honorable Congressman's question. I think the way we look at it at OPEC, at least, I can talk. We have His Excellency, the Minister from Libya, and later on we'll be joined by His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz. The way we look at it is, this is an industry that requires a long lead time. You have to plan, you have to finance, you have to invest. And by the time you produce, you decide today, you start production maybe at the best case in 3-4 years time, maybe 5-7 years time, depending where you are. So this has always been the modus operandi in OPEC countries, member countries. We plan for the longer term. We look at longer term cycle in plans and projections, and we go ahead with these plans because our objective is to make sure that there is enough reliable, stable supply of oil, unlike other parts of the world, without naming countries like the director there mentioned, or places. It's a different kind of, the cyclicality is different. But for us, the investment plans, I need not to go further than Saudi Arabia here itself. We're in a classic example where there are absolutely clear plans laid out to increase production capacity to 13 million barrels a day. We have our neighbors in the UAE plans to go up to 5 million barrels a day. In my own country, Kuwait, plans to reach 4 million. Iraq, Libya also upgrading. Many other countries, Algeria, Iraq is there, our brothers from Iraq, and Algeria also. So we have in OPEC, I would say almost 90% of our member countries have clear long-term plans. And this is the difference between how we project things for the longer term versus the other side and other suppliers in other parts of the world. And this is because of our core fundamental belief that our role as an organization is to ensure there's a stable, steady supply of oil to fuel the demand growth that we all saw in all these outlooks. So I just wanted to lay that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very important points. Sharif Suki from Tellurian.
So investment attitude are conditioned by wildcard events that are impossible to model. And in the last decade, we had three of them. The first one with the advent of the shale revolution in the United States that all of a sudden created an impression that affordable energy was available on a wide-scale basis that lasted about a decade, and now it's been absorbed in the market. The second event was COVID, which all of a sudden put in question how much energy people would use and for how long, and whether the pandemic would last a short time, a long time, would be endemic or not. And the third event is on the other side of the equation, the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia, which all of a sudden magnified the shortages that were developing by themselves. So I don't think you can model this, but it leaves an impression in the executives who make the decisions in terms of, do we make investments or don't we make investments? And what are all the unexpected events that can happen? We can't predict them. We cannot model them, but they are vicious and they make for enormous volatility. So that, Congressman, is actually what goes into the mindset of people who make must make decisions for decades, with returns coming over decades, but can be completely thrown off by a totally exogenous event that nobody could have predicted.
Good point. Atul, I see your card's been up for a while.
Thank you, Joe. I want to change the conversation to a slightly different direction and ask the presenters a question about emissions. So when we look at the forecast to 2030 and perhaps to the IEA specifically, the emissions in the net zero, I know that they're going from 37 gigatons to something around 22, 23 gigatons. The reality, though, is that emissions continue to increase. Every year we make the forecast, they're going to go down, but they don't go down. And this goes back to the point which was made earlier on that, non-OECD world still needs a lot more energy. So that any reduction in OECD is being far exceeded by non-OECD. My question is, how do you see the emissions curve to bend, and when do you set that to bend in reality, not in scenario world?
Just as I said in the presentation, that emissions have been rising steadily, and they're with the peak in fossil fuel demand that we see a corresponding decline in emissions. So I hope that helps.
And by the way, I should mention the IEF investment report is our partner at S&P Global, and we thank our colleagues, Atul and his other colleagues at S&P for your contributions there. And Rita, I see you have your
related question, maybe one for Peg, but also commenting on what Sharif, you were saying. We've been calling for the peak of coal as well for a very long time, right? But it keeps coming back, and I think last year was a great example of that. The reason I say this, and it's kind of linked to my second comment, I think as an industry, we have been, if I may use a strong term, relatively responsible in forecasting demand, because we keep talking about peak demand, and demand keeps surprising us to the upside. But the investment decisions always, again, to Hytham's point, that it's anywhere between 7 to 30 years of payback. I mean, are you doing any work around the whole concept of security of demand? Because the Western governments want security of supply, but if you don't give security of demand to producers, why should they invest?
What we're trying to encourage now is a lessening of demand and people to be more efficient in their use of energy. So that's the way we're seeing things going forward, and especially in the situation we're in today, we're trying to encourage a conservation of energy.
Minister has a comment from Libya.
Yes, it's a question actually to the IEA. A few years ago, I think you have issued a report indicating that by year 2050, you would like to see about consumption from from the fossil fuel to about 24 million per day. Now, with the presentation made, especially from Mr. Christophe, indicating that by year 2045, the fossil fuel requirement will be still in the range of 90s plus. So, is this may dictate that you review that report, or you adjust the statements made in that report? Thank you.
Thank you again for your question. What we're seeing going forward is, as I mentioned in the final slide on energy security, is very much the need for clean energy alongside fossil fuels. So that's shaping our forecast going forward in the long term. Thank you.
I think we're running way behind. So unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to end the session here. We've decided, because we're behind schedule, we're going to do the group photo in the afternoon. So please stick around if you're in the group photo. It'll be after lunch. And we'll take our little break now. I think His Royal Highness is coming, and then after the break, we'll go into the ministerial session. So thank you all for a very good discussion. Thank you to our presenters, our speakers, and our panelists. Thank you.
shared by His Royal Highness and the other speakers this morning. I've been coming to this roundtable for at least 10 years, almost every year. It's been a wonderful platform, wonderful forum, and it's great to see many of the same faces year after year and to see new faces as well. But thinking back about these 10 years, it's very hard not to think about how much the market has changed, how deeply it has been transformed. And I'd like to just point out two key ways in which, in my view, the oil market and the energy market at large has been changed. One is transparency. The market has never been more transparent than it is today. I would never have dreamed 10 years ago that we could monitor crude oil inventories in real time worldwide, in a comprehensive way, but also in a very granular way, that we can monitor demand for transportation fuels, for jet fuel, for gasoline, diesel, that we can track shipping in real time, that we can measure emissions of methane, carbon, and so on. Transparency has never been greater, but at the same time, the unpredictability of the market has never been greater either. And His Royal Highness said, pity the forecasters. This has never been more true than today, because we live in an age of disruptions. The climate is a disruption. Climate change is a disruption. Extreme weather events are happening constantly, and they're extremely difficult to predict and to extrapolate from. But there's many other disruptions: geopolitics, policy, climate change, climate policy, energy. It's a series of disruptions that are very difficult to manage, to predict, and to time accurately. Our capacity to forecast has been tested over the last few years, and I must say we haven't always come out with flying colors. Wide off the mark. It's been tested by the invasion of Ukraine, the initial assessments of the loss of Russian supply. But in both cases, the availability of real-time data has had the assessment immediately and reach the market and be reactive in a way that's been quite remarkable. And actually, what's been truly remarkable to me has been how resilient the oil industry has been in this crisis. The loss of demand recently has been much less steep, and the relocation, the reshuffling of trade routes has worked to keep the market fairly well supplied. But the data, as useful as are worthless without the analysis to go with it. The best data are useless without great analysts to use them, to think about the issues before us, about how to anticipate how the shifts in demand, how to, on the supply side, the various conflicting agenda items, how to deal with climate change, to climate policy, the system, but at the same time, ensure energy access to the patients that are missing it and ensure security of supply. So I'd like to start this discussion with the two representatives of energy companies on this panel. Ellen Curry, who's the chief economist of Conoco, and then Peter Wood from Shell. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Antoine. And thank Your Excellencies and lead IEF, IEA, and OPEC. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of today's symposium. I'm going to keep my remarks this morning very, very high level and in few numbers and try to just speak to some principles are facing and how we're thinking about the markets, particularly in thinking about the near term and conversation on restoring stability. So if we kind of look at what is the scene that we're facing, as Andrew was just describing, we've seen significant large-scale upheavals across the globe in the past years that have altered the markets in which we operate. This was things from COVID closures and reopenings, which are still underway today. We're seeing civil strife and unexpected changes in power in numerous governments around the globe. And of course, the military conflict in Ukraine, which is continuing to impact and markets, and that situation is continuing to fold as we speak today. So in addition to these, when I think about source of volatility and some other things that come to mind, markets and the disruption or experiencing these days as central bankers are moving monetary policy in monetary policies to a higher interest rate structure is affecting the cost of capital for everyone, and more recently in early 23, and characterized perhaps some knee-jerk policy reactions from attributable to high prices in a variety of markets around the world. We've with policy either changes or regarding taxes, controls, price controls. And these things, of course, are very disruptive to any business trying to make capital allocations that are very long term. And in addition to that, also on the policy front, there's too much policy rhetoric that simply states fossil fuel needed much longer. The conversation in this room today already has established that there's a large amount of agreement that fossil fuels are needed for a long time into the future. So when I then step back and what are things that could happen to try to restore stability to the markets? There are two areas that I'm going to speak briefly. One is investment on the supply side, and then is transparent policies that acknowledge the reality of energy affordability and energy security for the long term. So to start first with a few remarks on global supplies. When we look at upstream investment recently, we saw global upstream investment of $445 billion in 2022, which was similar to what we saw in 2016 and 17. And that is 40% below the 2014 peak of $738 billion. And there's no doubt global producers are operating more efficiently today versus 2014 as production is higher while that CapEx level is lower. Yet in this environment, producers, both IOCs, E&Ps, as well as oil field service companies, refiners, midstreamers, all are under intense pressure to prioritize investors and distribute free cash flow as a priority rather than to simply invest to expand capacity, this topic we touched on this morning. So management teams plans to step up reinvestment in production growth. Those typically be met by negative responses to share prices in the capital markets. What this tells me is a message from capital markets is clear, which is that they are prioritizing higher returns today. So you could ask, is this a signal capital markets no longer believe that gas are going to be needed? I think the answer to that is no. What we're simply seeing is that investors are demanding higher, less volatile returns today, and that's a reflection of several underlying factors. Three that I'll mention strictly are higher returns that investors are demanding today are partly a reflection of the subpar returns that many in the industry provided last decade. The evidence is there for that era. In addition to that, seeing higher cost of capital than stemming from the higher rent rate environment, which I already mentioned, as well as restricted supplies of capital that could be attributed to ESG requirements and institutions' climate-related risk exposures. And then thirdly, there's the uncertainty policymakers are creating for oil and gas operators in terms of future costs and revenues, that being attributable to those policy statements that I mentioned that tend to characterize oil and gas being needed. So let me now turn a little bit more to the policy side of the equation. Oil and gas producers, midstream operators, refiners, shippers are all long-term investors, meaning that we deploy capital on assets with 30-plus year lives. So in terms of the policy environment, what we're looking for tends to be something I would simply characterize as durable and practical policies that are put in place to allow us to deploy that capital efficiently. It's not in the consumer's best interest for policymakers to speak as though fuels will disappear or will not be needed in the future. In fact, this rhetoric tends to increase the perceived risk to capital that's deployed in the oil and gas sector, thereby restricting investment and therefore supplies. So what we need are energy policies that support orderly energy transition, biasing energy affordability, energy security, achieving net zero, all in conversation. This is what we call all of the above approach. Responsibly developed low emission oil and gas product works alongside low carbon energy sources. Consumers will benefit from the removal of roadblocks to increasing energy supplies and building energy infrastructure and low carbon solutions. So it's time to develop the integrated policy that will support and transition. So in summary, the steps which are best to mitigate market volatility are also consistent with fostering an orderly energy transition. A successful energy transition must meet the fundamental need for secure, reliable, and affordable energy while also progressing toward a lower carbon future. While we all recognize the challenges that global energy policymakers face to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, it is that it requires an all of the above. This can be done by enacting policies that encourage the development of lower emission energy sources and oil and gas resources. These policies should include aimed at fiscal stability, streamline the permitting processes, increase transparency on timelines, and supporting critical infrastructure. Not just for the oil and gas industry, but also for nuclear, hydrogen, renewables, all of which are necessary to deliver on the energy transition. At the end of the day, it's critical for policymakers and providers of capital to remember that energy production is a stabilizing force for both global energy security and meeting energy trend demand, meaning that demand will require investment in medium and long cycle projects in addition to the short cycle projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. And Peter?
That's better. My remarks will be short and they'll be around the energy system, hopefully building on what Helen's had to say. I'm in Shell scenario team, and we've been sort of considering what's happening over the last couple of years, COVID, the war in Ukraine, and thinking about that might mean coming forward. I think starting with COVID, it's sort of been already. You have a very complex system and you give it a big shake. You never kind of know what's going to happen afterwards. Well, we now know the system has gone back to where it was before. Consumption patterns, behaviors have largely gone back to where they were. There's a bit more working from home. You see that in vehicle miles traveled in the US, but by and large, people have got in their cars, got in airplanes, and have gone back to the way of life that they liked. And more people want that way of life. So demand looks strong in the short to medium term. The second thing has been the war in Ukraine, and particularly the impact in Europe. And you can just see how energy security in the short term triumphs everything else. There are countries in Europe that have spent about decarbonizing, yet when needs must, they start burning more coal. So if you roll all that together in medium-term consensus force, notwithstanding the limits of forecasting, you see continued growth in oil and gas demand, perhaps a bit less for it looks like coal will probably new high. I don't think of coal as peaking yet. I think of it as more as an undulating plateau for about a decade, and that might continue for a few more years. So with in mind, you might say, well, this looks like business as usual. That would be the right way to look at it. 3 data points. Look at what efficiency is doing to gasoline demand. We've probably seen peak demand in the United States. Vehicle miles traveled due to working from home is a factor in that, but vacancy is there. Secondly, EVs and % of new car sales. Very important at the higher end of the car market, but also in China. Smaller cars, cheaper cars. Still minuscule for stock. A few millions of electric cars when there's over 1 billion internal combustion engine vehicles. But that's the beginning of a longer trend. And then finally, if you look in the electrical generation sector, new generation capacity is now dominated by low or no carbon. So lots of renewables, but also nuclear, much, much less coal and natural gas. So that, and then policies that have been announced recently, the IRA Act in the United States, a wall of money going into all things green. Europe, Repower EU. It's more a set of targets than a set of money, but member states will likely follow through. And other things around the world kind of set the direction, and we see our customers, our end users of our products, also setting net zero pledges. So the direction of travel seems clear. The question, though, is pace. And what we've been thinking through in our scenarios are what might be the driver of that. And we're focusing on competition. And is it going to be cooperative competition or uncooperative? Now, cooperative competition is the kind of thing that we've perhaps seen in the advancement in solar. So global supply chains, sharing technology, driving costs down tremendously. If you imagine that playing out in other sectors rapidly over the next 30 years, that's how you get to a sort of a net zero scenario. It will be a plausible path if you believe in that unparalleled global cooperation and sharing. If, on the other hand, you see competition being uncooperative, you see trade barriers, lack of technology transfer, people focusing on indigenous energy resources, be they renewables or fossil fuels, you're likely to see slower change, potentially slower economic growth, but for the energy system, a slower decarbonization. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I want to keep going through the poll to continue with the five starter remarks, and then we get to the discussion. But now I'd like to ask Amrita, who has some slides here, to walk us through and her points.
Thank you, Antoine. Thank you, Your Excellencies, His Royal Highness. And I think a lot of my slides, once we do have them up, are going to carry on with the theme that we talked about earlier. See, dealing with excessive volatility as well, the requirement for investment. Part of the problem is every country positioned with the same and Hikasad mentioned this exact thing the same way when this is essentially showing growing at 100%. Gases, of course, as a small percentage base, has grown by 500%. But if you think about that decarbonization goals, you can effectively double gas from here and reduce coal a little bit, and you have pretty much achieved a lot of their 2050, 2060 targets. You probably don't even have to touch oil with this, given how much coal they still have as baseload. Whereas in the US, and I'm just using US as an OECD country example, you've already seen coal drop significantly. Again, last year's data will skew this somewhat, but I'm taking last year's data out as an anomaly. You are now into the phase where you do need to electrify transportation because you've done quite a bit on reducing coal. So decarbonization is, we are in very, very different phases of decarbonization. And talking about energy transition, I mean, I'm based in London myself, and I always find myself kind of catching this, that sometimes it comes across as a very privileged concept coming from the West, because that's where a lot of, I mean, most of the institutions which tend to do the forecasting are based in the West, right? And I think it's a very important point to bear in mind that most of oil and gas demand, you know, since the 1980s, we haven't changed the percentage of fossil fuels that's being used for total primary energy consumption. It's still over 80%. It literally hasn't shifted in like 4 or 5 decades. Renewables, of course, will get bigger and bigger as a share, but it doesn't necessarily mean that some of the scenarios being shown that oil and gas is going to peak and suddenly drop off is actually going to happen either. I think the balance between oil, gas, and renewables is extremely important, because if you look at this, you know, this is kind of our projections. Obviously, we decided to talk about the medium term. It's a very similar outlook to 2050 as well. As a percentage, of course, renewables is going to lead the growth. But if you talk about outright, you know, we still have oil demand growing by about, 0.7, 0.8% on annual average for the next 10 years. Gas is about 1.7% each year. And there is an element of the base level of investment that is required. Yes, the demand growth for oil and gas is going to lag, renewables is going to lead, but we're not investing enough, let alone for meeting future demand growth, we're not even investing enough to offset the declines that's going to come through from taking coal away or oil and gas away, right? And I think that's the biggest imbalance that we see in the market in the medium term. A lot of focus, of course, is on EVs. Peter mentioned as well. I mean, we have a very, very aggressive number on EV sales. But again, there are two issues around here. One is around the fleet size as opposed to actual sales. And I think sales are rising very rapidly, but the fleet size, it takes a long time. I mean, we're using an 11-year turnover on the fleet size. Even in Eastern Europe, the turnover for car fleets is 17 years. Suddenly that pushes your peak oil demand or gasoline demand, sorry, I should say, from 2028 to 2032 very quickly, right? So these are very sensitive numbers depending on what numbers you're using for cycling of the fleet. And I genuinely do worry that we have come at it from oil demand is going to peak. We are very certain in making these statements, whereas what history continues to show us is that demand for both oil and gas continue to rise year after year. And all we do in terms of projections is that the level gets higher, but we keep showing these declines, which are yet to come. And His Royal Highness mentioned this as well, and he mentioned this at CAPSARC last week as well, which was around, the notion around OPEC plus and cartels, etc. We haven't seen anything if we don't even consider what potentially could happen in the medium term with rare earths, lithium, battery production, and the challenges with regards to that. I know the IEA has done a lot of really good work around water as well, and there are some real constraints. So again, theoretically, it's very easy to show certain numbers to say EV sales are going to reach X and therefore oil demand is going to peak in 2030 and then decline, whereas the realities, and I think this is where electricity becomes very, very important. When we are talking about electricity, this was mentioned earlier this morning as well, grid stability is a huge part of what we do need to talk about. But the true cost of electricity absolutely has to include the stability or reinvestment in the grid. I mean, Helen's based in Houston. I think she'll know this better than anybody. Grid reliability is a massive problem. And we're not talking about emerging markets over here. We're talking about first world countries, right? Then there is the issue around storage or battery storage or whichever storage you want to talk about. So the cost of EVs is not necessarily going to be coming down over here. If you are talking about the true cost of electricity being reflected in markets, there is an enormous amount, trillions of dollars of investment. It's not just in upstream and downstream, it's in that midstream, it's in that infrastructure that is going to be required. So a similar story for gas. I mean, for us, gas serves a crucial role, especially when you have renewables heavy power system. Again, if you are to reduce the intermittency, you often need gas as baseload, which effectively doubles the cost for many consumers. And I think this is something we need to be very aware of. So if that's the demand outlook, I think the challenge is, and I think this is a slide which people in this room are quite aware of, the lack of investment in oil and gas. E&P spending continues to lag the around $500 to $550 billion that we need just to keep production at 100 million barrels per day in oil. Investment is geared much more towards power generation. And again, oil companies or energy companies, as they have rebranded, are far more likely, as we've seen, giving back to shareholders, buying back stocks as well, and not reinvesting, in part because of resources issues, geopolitical issues, but in part because shareholders simply do not reward such behavior. And I think that is an enormous problem because, again, and I mentioned this earlier in the morning about the concept of security of demand. If you don't give security of demand, why should anybody invest? Right? Not everybody has the luxury of being Saudi Aramco or Saudi Arabia, which has a fantastic backing from the government. If you are in an international energy company where you've got shareholders and everybody's saying to you, oh, by the way, oil demand is going to peak in 2 years, and your investment returns are over 15 to 30 years, you are simply not going to invest. And we are pretty much sleepwalking. I don't even know whether we are sleepwalking. We were definitely walking into this mega crisis in the latter half, or pretty much in the latter half of this decade. And I want to end by talking about the downstream. I think we tend to focus a lot on the upstream around where the investment is going, whether it's oil and gas. I think this is a much bigger challenge facing us, the lack of investment in refining capacity. I think the issue is, again, all the forecasts are calling for transportation fuel to peak. So if you look at the big investments that are coming through in the downstream, refining, we've got a bunch of new refineries coming online this year, next year, around this period, the next couple of years, mostly in the Middle East, one in Africa. But then if you look at it, especially after 2027, there is really nothing in the books. The second aspect of this is even the new refineries that you see over here, more and more of these are integrated with petrochemicals because petrochemicals is or thought to be cleaner. So again, where is transportation fuel going to come from? The gasoline and the diesel that we ultimately need. And the final issue is there is a lot of capacity in China, but China has changed its refining policy. It doesn't want to pollute its own skies to export products. And that makes it an even tighter. And some of the crises that we've heard about, whether it be Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, lots of other parts of the world, the issue isn't even oil and gas. The issue is refined products, because at the end of the day, that's what we are paying for. And this is an enormous issue which is not being talked about enough, because the focus tends to be on upstream and downstream, upstream oil and gas rather than downstream or midstream. But I do want to highlight the challenges when it comes to underinvestment. It isn't just confined to the upstream. And again, if we don't get our demand call right, we are going to face continuous volatility in the market, not just in the short term. Again, nothing to do with the Russia-Ukraine crisis. The volatility in oil and gas prices started well before February 2022. And my worry is that it's going to continue well into the next 5 to 10 years if investment cycles don't really change. So with that, I'll pass it back to Antoine.
Thank you very much, Amrita. And I'm passing it back immediately to Carol, and I think some of the points you raised, Amrita, are a good segue into what Carol wants to talk about.
Thank you very much. It's great again to be here with you among friends, colleagues, and especially when we don't share the same perspective on certain matters. Well, look, in addition to my commercial hat, I've been teaching at many universities, and one of my favorite courses is the evolution of the energy industry since the 1800s. Now, of course, it's impossible to cover every year in those courses, but what we do, we pick up some key periods and key years that shaped energy markets and the outlook for the energy industry, try to analyze those and then look at what happened after that. And I have now added 2022 to my landmark list of periods in energy, because after all, it was a year with notable volatility that we all know, but was not only in oil markets, it was across the entire energy spectrum. It was rather an annus horribilis for consumers, with bad news coming from everywhere, Russia cutting, wind not blowing, drought threatening hydropower. It was also a year that pushed governments to revisit their energy policies and commitments that were drafted and announced only a short while ago, from no more oil and gas to more oil and gas, please. And it was also a year that led some leading energy companies and the financing community to reassess their strategies and rethink their energy investment plans. And guess what? They got rewarded for it. Just think of the performance of BP's share price after they announced that they were ditching their plan to cut oil production by 40% by 2030. And actually, 2022, despite the volatility that we don't like, was the year where oil and gas exporters and companies, private and state-owned alike, made record revenues and profits. This is in an industry that only 2 years earlier was described as dying and out of fashion, and it has reemerged stronger, leaner, and richer. Prior to the crisis, the debate about the future of energy was almost exclusively concerned about climate change. Now it has been redirected to energy security, but polarization continues, don't get me wrong. So some believe that oil and gas have been given a second lease of life, but others adamantly argue that it is our reliance on fossil fuel that led us to the situation today. And energy security and climate can be achieved only with homegrown green energy, adding that the energy crisis has accelerated the energy transition towards a cleaner future. Both camps have a point. But while the debate continues, the recent crisis has shed light on a key feature of oil and gas that lacks in green energy, and actually it is often overlooked. The plain fact that oil and gas is market-based and easily tradable, which while it allows for volatility, it also has the ability to respond quite quickly and pretty efficiently, leaving government tinkering aside to correct that volatility. Who of you could imagine all those tankers of LNG queuing to get into European ports towards half a year earlier last year? It was almost unimaginable at the beginning of the year. And this is exactly why the dark forecast of major supply disruptions and oil prices hitting $300 a barrel and lights going out in Europe did not materialize. Yes, prices did increase to record level, but the rapid shift in trade flows as a result of those prices was for me even more remarkable. Let me be clear. I know we don't like volatility, but we will never take volatility out of energy markets. I'm going to quote for you something from the oil industry at the beginning in the 1800s. From the beginning, oilmen had to contend with wild fluctuations in the price of oil. In 1859, it was $20 a barrel. In 1861, it went to 50 cents. 2 years later, it went to $8.15. And in 1867, $2.40. So actually today, the situation is not that bad. But what matters is the industry and market's ability to respond fast to that volatility. And so far, the oil and gas system has enough agility to do that. Although government, I'm quite sensitive to government policy, and I think government tinkering is a problem. Just imagine if the gas price cap that the European Union introduced was implemented last year, I doubt they would have managed to fill their storage as quickly as they did. Now, the question today is whether that flexibility is under threat because of the underinvestment or the investment gap that we continuously hear about, and whether we should brace ourselves for a more serious crisis ahead. Now, for me, the definition of an investment gap is pretty loose. There is no standard definition, but put it simply, it refers to the actual investment and the investment needed to meet future demand. So here we're talking about so many variables to be estimated, speaking of forecasts. So we're talking about investment, about supplies and demand. And we already saw this morning the range of uncertainties in at least estimates of the demand in the various presentation of the IEF, IEA, and OPEC. Now, focusing on the demand and supply, of course, the numbers put forth are eye-watering. I'm going to quote something from Goldman Sachs last year, who claimed that because of investment delays in oil and gas projects since 2014, the world will lose another Saudi Arabia and another Qatar by 2024-25, so in the next 2 years. But for me, such concerns bring reminiscence of similar statements repeatedly made over at least 2 decades. Here is the energy outlook from the IEA in 2009. They warn of plunging energy investment in 2008, and that would have far-reaching and potentially serious consequences for security. 2 years later, April 2011, the IMF World Energy Outlook, global oil markets have entered a period of increased scarcity. Given the expected rapid growth in oil demand and a downshift growth in oil supply, return to abundance is unlikely in the near term, the IMF concluded. Guess what? A few years later, oil and gas investment rose to record levels in 30 years as a share of global GDP. And the world was swimming in oil, too much oil, and enjoyed a relatively low period of, a long period of low prices. This is by no means to discredit the fears today of tight markets and continued volatility, but to highlight the cyclical nature of the oil and gas industry and the challenge of forecasting such dynamics. Oil and gas play an important role in determining investment, but so are other factors, including cost, technology, efficiency gains, demand, and government policy, which is so central to the current forecast that we are referring to. But it is difficult to estimate the weight of those factors and their net effect on investment, especially if you take the wide range of variables to model, including the variety of assets in the sector and different money strategies and priorities. Robert Pindyck, a famous MIT economist, once said, "The investment behavior of firms, industries, and countries remains poorly understood. Econometric models have had a limited success in explaining and predicting changes in investment spending. In fact, the impact of investment on oil and gas on future production capacity will only be known ex post, i.e., we will know only after the facts." Now, you see the situation today is different because of the energy transition, which is impacting the availability of finance for fossil fuel. But I believe that the energy crisis today has lent greater support to investing in hydrocarbons. Higher prices and favorable government policies are providing a stronger impetus for investment in this sector. And this is not only my opinion. The IMF Financial Sustainability Report, published in October 2022, found that the increased focus on energy security appears to have adversely affected the performance of clean energy indices relative to fossil fuels, where investment remains high. And we tend to forget that everywhere around the world, except in the US and in some parts of Canada, oil and gas resources in the ground belong to governments, belong to the nation, and not the oil and gas companies. So unless there is an official ban on such investment, investing in oil and gas will continue, bearing in mind the cyclical nature of the industry. And let me wrap up by referring to a really nice report from the OPEC publications list, which was the World Oil Market Report 2018. And I strongly recommend you to read it because it talks exactly about this issue of investment gap. And I'm going to refer to one sentence there. If prices are supportive, investment will follow and will be sufficient to ensure that supply matches demand, at least in the medium term. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. So you said it's great to be here and not all agree. So I think Clay may not agree. Where are you, Clay? Oh, okay. So from the peak I had at your slides, you're a little bit more pessimistic about the whether the investment climate is improving, but over to you.
Thank you, Antoine. Well, excellencies and distinguished guests and laymen, it's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is off by congrats have gone into this to participate. Well, we are market where message for the medium, the foothills, boom that is prices that are highly, if not cause, and the causes and much more along with today. Long held view, if you will, in the news than the consensus. And we have a display here on some demand curves. I'm not going to dwell too much on this because those of you who have attended or participated in previous IEF symposia will recall Bob McNally's remarks on the subject. But just to summarize, a few years ago, IEA adopted new demand scenarios that basically decoupled oil demand growth patterns from GDP. So instead of continuing to grow oil demand at about half the rate of GDP growth, these new scenarios said that demand would peak in about 10 years, primarily because of gains in fuel economy of internal combustion engine vehicles, and I believe also to a secondary extent from electric vehicle market share capture. But the data points that we've studied don't support these new and aspirational scenarios or outcomes for oil demand growth. The US Environmental Protection Agency reported no fuel economy increases in 2021. Consumers in some of the biggest driving countries prefer SUVs and trucks, which are not subject to the same CAFE standards. And our tracking of miles per gallon, MPG, honestly looks really unchanged since 2014. So the fuel economy increases that would be needed for these are not underway in our estimation. In fact, when the going gets tough, policymakers, I'm not picking on any region, the world over, tend to actually relax controls on oil demand. Just look, for example, at the recent period that we've experienced between the onset of pandemic and the invasion of Ukraine. 23 governments either subsidized or cut taxes on gasoline, diesel, natural gas, electricity. 21 governments issued direct stimulus payments to households to help with needed purchases, including fuel purchases. 6 governments rolled back or delayed existing climate policies, including EV subsidies. We've also noticed that politicians tend to favor policies that curtail energy use in the distant future, when they will not be present in the same capacity, perhaps for the backlash. And we're skeptical at Rapidan that in many of these cases, those policies will be implemented. Governments that implemented fuel price increases reversed course when they were hit by protests in countries like Brazil, Argentina, Egypt, Nigeria, Chile, France. So we ask ourselves, so when we see recently, for example, that the EU Parliament has banned the sale of new ICE vehicles starting in 2035, 12 years from now, it raises the question about its eventual actual implementation. Well, I just mentioned the French anecdote. I mean, French President Macron came into office, strong ideas, worked really hard to get that carbon tax on diesel passed. And you know what happened there. It didn't get approved. What he did get was severe protests. We had the yellow vest movement that you'll all recall, and it stopped that initiative, for one, in its tracks. So to summarize here, we think that demand will go to grow on trend, similar to the pattern with GDP growth that we've seen before, and will not peak in the 10-year time horizon. I'm going to turn to this next illustration here, because here's the big problem. We understand why the consensus has not been more concerned about underinvestment in supply. That's kind of depicted on the left side with kind of the balanced scale between demand and supply. Because if one believes that oil demand is only going to grow by, say, 500,000 barrels per day this decade, then supply growth of only about 200,000 barrels a day or so should be manageable. It should give us a relatively stable price environment. But if we're right, turning to the right side here, and demand growth is more like 1.4 million barrels per day, we will be seriously imbalanced. And the bust phase for oil prices that ended in 2021 is going to be followed by an epic boom phase. Now, I've been traveling the region during the past couple of weeks and listening to concerns, and the biggest one relates to underinvestment in supply growth. At first glance, that might sound kind of counterintuitive. I mean, if Russia is struggling right now and United States output is pretty flat, we think just 4 or 5% growth this year, it's restrained by investors and investor sentiment, as we've covered today and this morning. You'd think that should be, on a market share basis, kind of reassuring in this part of the world. But friends in this region understand as well as anyone, because they've seen this movie before, that underinvestment that undermines market balance is also adverse to their own interests. And price spikes that cause recessions increase volatility and consumer pain. And that's also bad news over here. We also need to recognize the limits of the friends in OPEC Plus to bail us out of this situation. Because despite heavy investment from many of its members, and we mentioned that today, we believe that spare capacity is basically going to run out. It's basically going to drop to zero later this decade as demand stays strong and many oil producers are unable to ramp up output. So to summarize, the boom phase is coming, and it will bring triple-digit oil prices in the medium term. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. Last but not least, Anne-Louise.
Thank you, Antoine. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the chance to be on this panel and apparently get the last word before we launch into discussion. I feel like I'm at an Oxford Union debate. It's been quite a good array of opinions that we're hearing. I decided in preparing to zero in on this very topic that we've been talking about in these last few presentations, which is there an investment? What's the outlook for supply this decade? Let's take a look. So I'm going to approach this first by looking at the risks around, first by looking at our base case outlook for supply. And if we put the first slide up here, this shows Wood Mackenzie's outlook from today to 2033. And it's done on a very detailed basis. We're drawing on the database that shows asset by asset. It also includes decline rates at the field level, as well as the cost of supply. And we use this for our asset valuation. And if you look at this slide, you can see that we're forecasting an increase in supply of almost 11 million barrels a day, 10 million barrels a day. So from 2022, it's over 11. From 2023, it's 10 million barrels a day. That's a lot of growth this decade, 10 million barrels a day. And then you have to ask, okay, what is the outlook for demand? And our outlook for demand is that it does keep growing this decade. However, it doesn't grow quite as much as supply. However, if you look at this slide, you can see that, and I'll explain it and break it down in a minute, that it really does set up a challenge for the industry. And we're going to go through some of those risks and uncertainties. So what we're showing in the light sort of blue there is current on-stream production, and it's declining. That's already committed. It's on commercial production. It does reflect, as I mentioned, that detailed decline rate analysis that we have, but we can count on that. And by 2033, that's accounting for about just under 70% of global supply, but that leaves a gap. Now, the dark blue, which is a very small segment, is projects that are already sanctioned and they're underway. And usually we can count on that as well. So in this outlook, the supply that we can fully count on, so to speak, represents about 75%, just under 75%. The on-stream production that I just mentioned, as well as the sanctioned projects, the sanctioned projects that are already underway. But it leaves a big chunk of about 25 to 30% by 2033 that has to come from what I'll describe a very active upstream industry. So the message is upstream industry, keep doing what you're doing. I liked Carol's point, that it's a market-driven industry, and it's going to respond to price. It's going to respond to, which this weighs in on Clay's point. If prices do go up, then there will be a response from the industry. The outlook here is based on our outlook from our corporate team on terms of how much investment we expect over the next few years. Let's just break down the parts that the industry has to deliver. That's going to require a lot of effort. So if we look at the gray band, that's actually probable developments. These are from reserves that are already deemed commercial, and we think that they're going to be sanctioned or FID'd, brought in a final investment decision within a few years. It's a big chunk. It does require an active industry. The green is reserves growth. This is just extending fields, current production, using enhanced recovery, extending the recovery rate on current on-stream production, but it does require investment. And then there's the yellow chunk, which is the other discoveries. Now, these are technical reserves. They've been discovered, but they're not yet deemed commercial. Under pressure from higher prices, potentially much stronger demand than even, let's say, we're forecasting, these reserves are there and they can be tapped into and brought into on stream in this time period. And then finally, there's the red bar, and that's what we call yet to find. And that's coming from future exploration. Now, what's a bit of a relief is that the future exploration is a pretty small share in this outlook, although it does grow significantly by 2050. But overall, that chunk of 25% indicates that we need a very active industry in order to meet the challenge of even moderate demand growth. And this, of course, will bring in a growth in capacity to 116 million barrels a day. Now, I haven't even mentioned the biggest unknown in the world, which has come up a bit in folks' comments, which is Russia. Because when we did this outlook, we had to revise our Russia view downward. And we had to revise it downward by 1.7 million barrels a day on average from now to 2033. That's in effect creating a gap that we haven't even talked about yet, which is nearly 2 million barrels a day that we aren't going to get from Russia that we were going to get before sanctions were put in place against it. Now, this is a lot of uncertainty that we're all wrestling with. Keep in mind that our assumption was when we tried to grapple with the uncertainty of what in the world's going to happen this decade, we made the assumptions that the sanctions would remain in place through the end of this decade. So I do want to clarify that. And on that basis, we came up with this gap of 1.7 million barrels a day. But we managed to fill it when we redid our outlook. One of the ways was higher prices. We had to adjust prices upward. And we filled it. So, for example, we filled it by accelerating even further the speed with which Saudi Arabia brings on its increase in capacity, so that we have by the end of the decade a 1 million barrel day increase in Saudi Arabia's productive capacity. And that's built from asset up. It's not just accepting a view. We try to do that from the asset up, timing of when projects will be sanctioned. We also have a 500,000 barrel day increase from the UAE. We have an increase from Kuwait. Now, there's a lot of parts of OPEC that are not going to see an increase, but importantly, we do have these increases, and they add up to see a total increase in OPEC supply. And they help offset that gap. But in addition, we're showing still, even at a reduced investment rate, growth in US crude and condensate of 2.2 million barrels a day from today, 2023 to 2030 by the end of this decade, 2.2 million barrels a day. That was already in our outlook. We still had to fill that gap about Russia. By raising the price, it did trigger enough increased investment in our models to add about 400,000 barrels a day of additional supply. So you can see that we're starting to fill the gap, but we also made upward revisions to Namibia. More information comes in. We see the production, the outlook, we get more information. We boosted our forecast for Namibia. It adds up, small amounts, but it adds up. We had to boost our estimate for Guyana and Suriname. This just gives you an example. Brazil continues to grow. Canada continues to grow. These countries together enable non-OPEC production to at least rise for the next several years and then flatten. And it flattens because of the plateau that occurs in the US. So what we're discerning here is a theme: more reliance on OPEC, flattening supply in non-OPEC production at the end of the decade. And then finally, I'm going to conclude with a slide that tries to get to the nub of the issue. And it's hard because we're dealing with a lot of uncertainties that we've already sort of talked about. But can the industry meet this challenge? Can it deliver those chunks of future supply that I talked about that have to come from an active industry, reserves growth, yet defined, exploration, probable developments? Can it do it? Well, the one point that Helen mentioned, which we should all really take home, is that the industry is leaner and meaner, and it can do more with less. And then Carol mentioned that the industry does respond to the market. It responds to price. We do see higher prices, not necessarily from the, we saw some high prices last year. We think they're going to go back up towards these kind of levels, towards, let's say in real terms, $82 a barrel Brent, but that's $100 a barrel nominal. So it's close to where we are. Under this kind of incentive, we think the industry will be able to deliver the supply, and it's reflected in our forecast and the cost of production. However, let's go to the upstream investment and try to quantify that. What this slide is showing is our corporate team's forecast for upstream investment. And there's different components to it, as you can see. It's a little hard to see it at this eye level, but I'll talk to you a little bit about it. So for example, the lower 48, that's the dark blue chunk on top of the light blue. And what's happened there is the cost of supply, oil field service costs, are not inflating us as quick a rate. And we do think that that investment is enough to deliver the growth that I talked about. Also, if you look at some of the other components, we did try to take into account cost inflation. But on this basis, we see an increase in upstream investment, global upstream investment this year to $500 billion and $500 billion next year. And then we've analyzed that to show that that's enough to bring on this supply. But there's a lot of risk around that, of course. Nothing is certain. We've learned that being forecasters. But I'm trying to quantify for us at least something that we can actually think about. And some of the risks around it are, first, cost inflation. It could be faster than what we're forecasting. Another would be the cost of money, interest rate increases. Not as much money to do what the industry needs to do can be a real constraint. And then I'm just going to mention one other one, which is a positive risk. And that is that we're undertaking a very deep biofuels analysis. And current view is that biofuels globally will reach 5 million barrels a day by 2050. That could actually be double that as we start to undertake this outlook. It could be 10 million barrels a day, and potentially, talking to the team, 20 million barrels a day. Now, this is 2050, but it does give an idea that there's some positive uncertainties there as well that could help out in this situation. And that would be that biofuels uncertainty. That said, we're talking about the medium term in this decade. And the conclusion here, of course, is that we need a very, very active upstream industry. And it needs to be investment by both non-OPEC and OPEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a fantastic set of remarks. Really lots of food for thought. And some of them very provocative. So let's engage in the discussion part of this panel. And I'd like maybe to start with a question or two. Let me just ask one and then turn it over to others. One, I have many questions, but one that comes to mind is we have somewhat different opinions here in this room, but we all basically agree on the fundamentals, and we can understand each other. But in the larger world, issues of climate change, climate policy, energy security can be very polarizing. That's true pretty much everywhere, especially in the US. And Helen, you talked about the need for stable, sensible, responsible policies that provide visibility for investors over the fairly long-term horizon that they require. How can companies, and I realize we're not under Chatham House rule, but how can companies engage with policymakers, especially in the US, but worldwide, where that fosters the emergence of this kind of reasonable view that reconciles seemingly diverging objectives of climate and energy security and energy access? Can you engage directly with policymakers? Does it have to be through think tanks? How do you crack that nut?
That's a tough one. I would argue that we make strong attempts to engage directly with policymakers. Any that will open the economic impact or the market impact of policies that they may be entertaining their thoughts on. Needless to say, of or advocacy organizations, as well as through consultants and other. But I would reiterate that have been actively attempting to in the United States, but all around the world, reference changes that we've faced during 2022 and more 2023, which from Australia to Europe to North America. I mean, it's not any one location. It's a very broad set of issues, and the general challenge is helping policymakers to understand that what may appear to be a very simple, obvious policy choice. If I do this, then consumers will get this kind of reaction, and just to help them understand that no, that may not be the case, and help them understand why that is. Moreover, as I also mentioned, these changes that are sometimes hasty responses to high prices, which we saw that in 2022 in a number of individual markets for both oil, refined products, and natural gas and electricity. Those policy changes can be very, very destabilizing to the investment side as well. As I mentioned, it effectively changes the whole risk profile of how I or other producers look at that investment in a country or a particular project. So if you change that risk profile, you just changed my cost of supply, which may impact whether or not I choose to make that investment this year or 5 years from now.
Thanks. Isa, you have a question.
You know, it's I don't know which scares me more, the prediction that it's got to be over $100, not including inflation, or an assessment that the supply has to be absolutely perfect with no wars, no recession, or no wars and a good recession to offset higher prices in order to meet that. But other than that, I didn't see anything that worried me. Maybe I'll call on Helen one more time. You are right. You do talk to us. But one of the questions that I have is, and I saw a lot of the figures here today, but what I didn't see is I just just came back from Davos. So I've been there with Al Gore and the other one-sided crazy religion of no oil. And now I'm here in oil country. So in both places, you saw forecasts, and the forecasts are actually similar. They would like you to decline faster, but they're similar. What nobody seems to be willing to give us, and I'm wondering where you go to get it, how you get an sort of the man with the lantern speak, the honest person to tell you, when we look at all the market distorters, subsidies, mandates, prohibitions, a reluctance to, protectionism. I mean, India is burning dung for a reason, and it's not because it's an open market. The question, though, really is, where do we go to get the facts where decision makers can actually see true cost of energy, true carbon production or exposure in a way in which sensible decisions be made? I was just in Davos with, among other things, Senator Manchin, and he's still pushing coal. Okay, and he's going to push coal until West Virginia is no longer a state. And so one of the challenges that I have is I have a very hard time finding sustainable, true numbers. You mentioned that growth in biofuels. If the Stanford study on ethanol is still even close to correct, ethanol costs as much in BTUs that it gets from oil as it produces in BTUs in the United States from corn. If that's the truth, then that number is meaningless because you're adding it here, but you got to take it here. And it's not all that much better with sugar cane in Brazil. So where do we go to get numbers that then can be properly vetted? Because every time I get a number, the guy on the other side says, oh, that number is not substantiated. Makes it very difficult for a policy person to actually lead the charge to a good decision, particularly here in the United States.
I wish I had an easy answer for you.
I don't ask easy questions. It's business.
There's no one. So you have a consultants here in the room today that all provide data, and their data in the historical data, which may differ slightly from IEA's history. What team does at my company is their data from reconcile what makes sense just for what's supposed to have already happened, and that is a basis for what is a sensible path forward for scenarios that we use for corporate planning. There's no one. IEA, OPEC, of course, produces data. EIA producing data. There have been some questions that have arisen the past 12 to 24 months, in particular, about some of the quality of EIA's data. But that different discussion there. But it boils down to bringing together data from as many different sources, and preferably objective, unbiased sources. So if it's an industry think tank or a university, those are typically higher quality. Yeah.
I was just going to add that in addition, I agree with everything Helen said. And then in addition, we've got companies starting up, as well as consulting firms, for example, and others, attempting to measure carbon emissions. And I think that the quality of those attempts will improve over time. And I think that will make what you're talking about easier to assess. But it's the emissions, carbon emissions are going to be measured at every level of upstream production, methane emissions. There's a very concerted effort to get on top of what are these carbon emissions. And I think that'll go a long way. Your point on biofuels is a good one, and more work probably needs to be done there. But of course, all of us are thinking about it from a policy point of view, as well as the real world point of view. So that's a fuel, a source that's going to be deemed okay and will receive an enormous amount of investment. So if we can count on it as helping to meet that potential demand, then it's something we can point to. But is it ultimately okay in terms of emissions? That's needs to be determined for sure. But the good news is there are a lot of companies cropping up and extending their work on measuring carbon emissions. So.
I don't have a question, an observation, essentially the takeaways I'm taking with me. First of all, as Mark Twain said, paraphrasing him, the rumors of death of oil are greatly exaggerated, it seems. And number two, what I'm getting, and I hope someone will counter me on this, is that the goose of oil importers is cooked for the next few years. If oil is continuing to be at $100 level, then our economic problems persist. So, two conclusions, no question.
I don't have an answer to the question that was asked, but I have a different way of asking the question. What we've been saying is that actually there needs to be a much better quality conversation about reconnecting price, system cost, and value generation. At the moment, we deal with marginal cost pricing, which tends to neglect system cost and then doesn't really relate. We don't relate cost to value creation and value generation. So this is challenging because we're in a transition. Transitions have been happening for hundreds of years. We happen to be in another period of transition. There are multiple transitions, which means that it's very difficult to do a cost comparison across those different contexts and situations. But I think a conversation which actually put prices, system costs, and value add on the table would be refreshing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yasser Faqih, Minister of Economy and Planning. So it's a comment and maybe a call for a better understanding. So we've seen in the morning, we've seen these, and I'm pretty sure if we go, I've been in this business for 20 years, many of you have been longer than me. And if we take that back and see every year what was the fan shape, we would see similar things. But then these are, of course, not equally likely. Back to Amrita's point, there seem to be some path dependency. There are some fundamental reasons why we don't end up in the extremes, or like there is a certain predictability to where we go. I believe in regime changes. Of course, they exist. I believe in the role of policy in shifting preferences, whether it's market-based or non-market-based. However, I think it's a better value would come out of really understanding what are the fundamental things that prevent us from alternating between the extremes or taking all the different lies in equal probability. Some of them, of course, I mean, we have seen high gas prices recently. What have happened? We haven't seen people installing photovoltaic cells on their roofs. They have resorted to burning firewood that increased soot and other ambient pollution. Things have physical limitations, and there are physics involved. There are inertia involved, people's preferences, and simple availability. So I think maybe if I go back and report to my bosses that this was discussed and this is the conclusion, we don't know where we're going. They're not specialists. They will laugh at me. A better way is maybe to look at why have we been consistently very varied in our predictions, but a certain path ends up being realized. Thank you.
I'm going to just throw in one more variable for you to take back to your boss, which is keep in mind all those straight lines that in 2020, world oil demand fell 10 million barrels a day year on year because of the pandemic. So we may get the forecast wrong, but it's these outside events that just hit us hard. And that's a huge loss. Now we're trying to make up the gap, but I just wanted to quickly, in addition.
Yeah, Antoine, can I just? I think one of the very important points that you're mentioning with all these forecasts, right? I think it's almost worth in rooms like this having base level assumptions discussed. Like I was saying in my slides, we are using an 11-year cycle for cars, right? Suddenly, if you say, no, that's 17 years, that pushes back your peak demand numbers very differently. So I think it's almost worth, because that will really help understand that fan a lot better, because it'll absolutely depend on people's assumptions of EVs, et cetera, right? So yeah.
Well, I think one of the issues with forecasting is there's a duel between aspirational forecast. I think you used that word this morning, that start from the design conclusion that we want to get to net zero by 20 whatever, and we work backwards to see what needs to happen. And then you have the traditional data-driven forecast that extrapolate from past trends and obviously miss completely the target. So neither of these two types of forecasts are going to tell us the truth, but they're very useful to frame the conversation and understand what the issues are. But we had a couple of questions in the back, Cornelia and then Adrian. Maybe let Adrian make the next point, go back to the answers. Yeah, please go ahead, Carol.
I was going to chip in, but happy to do it now. You know, there are a few points I thought about. I mean, Cornelia's question, for example, made me think about a very important topic that tends to be, again, overlooked was in terms of factors that drive investment. It comes under policy, it comes under regulations, which is a tax system. Right. So you heard, for example, when the oil companies announced all the profits, every time when oil company announced profits, you will hear windfall taxes, the greedy companies, let's impose higher taxes, etc. And there is a risk. Actually, we see globally that when prices increase, governments, those who don't really have very good tax system, fiscal regime in place, they tend to go to tighten the screws on oil companies. But then what happens next? Investment doesn't come because investors want a certain rate of return. It's very simple reality, right? And today they are more demanding. They want, instead of 15%, for example, they want 20%, as we're seeing in the North Sea. So what do governments do? They revisit the fiscal term. They can reduce the royalty rate. They can abolish certain things, which actually enhance significantly the rate of return. But again, that is not something you hear in the discussion discussion, but that plays a very important role in terms of shaping the investment direction. It affects the rate of return, it affects the financing of projects. So there's also that dimension that you want to bring in. But I want to go, before I pass it over to Anne-Louise Amrita, about an earlier question that you asked Helen about what governments and companies should do, how they should, talk to each other. I thought, who are the governments? I mean, governments, they follow what the general population wants, right? What the general mood is. And there is a very important player that is emerging today, quite vocal, that is the civil societies, non-governmental organizations. They are actually running their own workshops, their own training, spreading the certain message. And I think we should widen this discussion, not only between government and companies, as it has always been the case, but bring in the other influential stakeholders to the table and to improve the education, because I personally see lots of misinformation being spread around because of that. And I think you should think about that player as well, in order to improve the understanding of the industry and the outlook for the industry.
Fantastic. There's a point, Clay, I think you were the only one who brought up spare capacity, which I thought in itself was kind of interesting, because in the past we've had many conversations about spare capacity. But one of the points that this brought to my mind is, are we overemphasizing the issue of spare capacity? And if we look back at the last few years, storage really has played a huge role, and particularly Chinese storage. So during COVID, when there was a massive oversupply, there was a strong producer response that was very helpful to rebalance the market. But an equally important driver was the buildup in storage in China, which was massive. And then when the market was tight after the invasion of Ukraine, China went through various stages of stocking and destocking, and has played essentially a very important role in balancing the market and stabilizing the market. Since COVID, the storage capacity of China has further increased. So it's really colossal now. So should we reconsider security issues to take into account the very important role that China is now playing as a sort of swing supplier, drawing from its massive storage capacity?
Well, Antoine, thanks for the question. In our assessment, both are needed. Both adequate inventory levels and adequate levels of spare production capacity in order to keep markets stable and ensure that supply is connected with demand worldwide. I'm glad you brought it up, though, because spare capacity and inventories are kind of like, they're sort of the market cushions. They're like the shock absorbers, if you will, since we're using vehicle analogies, for when we have these inevitable exogenous shocks. Largely, we think of them primarily on the supply side, supply disruptions, which are not going away. They're endemic to our industry and our marketplace. And so it's important to have adequate cushions to the market in both the inventory side and the spare production capacity side. I don't think that the markets can be stable for long and avoid negative amounts of price volatility and send the right signals to investors on supply conditions without those adequate cushions.
Just briefly, in terms of the point you raise is exactly right, but China has also had the luxury now of having 3 years of very low demand. Now that demand is rising, we have to see what they do. I think the bigger issue is, since post-COVID, we've seen the West come back, but the East is still just about coming back, right? I think the challenge is now going to be for the West that if China is that big a player and continues to grab molecules of energy, I think the challenge is, where is the West going to source it from, right? That it's a East versus West challenge more than anything else.
There's a million more questions I think we could come up with. I have a million more questions on my list. I think we have to save them for lunch and more informal conversations, because we're bound to a pretty tight schedule. So we have to bring this session to a close, head for lunch, and reconvene then afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay, can you keep it extremely short? Yeah.
Before we see I see Mr. Shafi taking a picture from the presentation, and we didn't see very clear the presentation slides. The second question is to Ms. For the 10 million barrel per day that will come in the upstream, how much revenue is the third producer in the world will share this in?
Yeah, I'm going to answer that extremely quickly. We have Russia recovering from this year over the time period, but it basically ends up back where it was in 2020 before the invasion.
Now I'll intervene now because we're standing between you and lunch, and I'm sure people are quite hungry. But so we're going to reconvene at 3:15. So we're running about an hour behind, but I'm confident we can make it up. But thank you all. Very, very interesting discussion. we can
We're
stay
good.
on track with the regular time. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So this panel will look at the long-term outlooks, but we also hope that it unpacks much of what was discussed today in the previous sessions around actions that are needed in the short and medium term, which ultimately will shape the future of what the future will look like. We've heard very clearly from previous panels concerns over the energy crisis worsening. There's clearly a need to increase honest cooperation and a critical need to increase investment in the energy sector. This is not only true for oil and gas, but also for renewables, where investments are a third of where they should be if we are to have a diversified and secure energy mix in the future. It is clear that technologies and policies will move us closer towards the dual goal of energy security and emission targets. However, there are, especially in the short and medium term, seeming trade-offs in terms of resource allocation and, more important, social considerations. In a sector that is by nature volatile and in transition, the added element climate risk, emissions, and overwhelming political pressure, particularly in developed or Western nations, are putting further pressure on energy markets. And while it's the developing nations that will suffer the most from the impacts of rising energy prices and climate impacts, their voices are nowhere as significant. And their ability to address these challenges are becoming even more challenging given the high cost of capital and borrowing costs, among other restrictions. It is extremely troubling to see that in spite of significant growth in energy poverty will still persist, as we've seen in some of the in today's presentations. And the pace of deployment cannot keep up with demand and the surrounding political and economic factors that hinder the delivery of energy services increasing. This evident duality has created competing narratives and seeming trade-offs, which has been destructive to advancing and ensuring clean, affordable, and secure energy. A dichotomy that should not exist when what is at hand and we are speaking about are issues of justice in the first place. The issue of distrust, finger pointing, which have been discussed earlier today, are the direct result, in my opinion, of false promises over the decades around climate action and the energy transition, and the unrealistic targets that have been largely driven by ideology, lack of inclusivity, political rhetoric, unbacked by solid plans and consistent policies. In my view, however, I think this situation has evolved, and we are, in fact, in a better situation than we were even 2 years ago. The fact that the industry leaders and players have stepped up, taking the lead and making sound commitments backed by pragmatic solutions and inclusive dialogue. Very grateful for the IEF, for WEC, and some of our partners here as well, the IEA, with its projections and some of its insights today. I think this has helped tremendously, but of course, actions speak louder than words. And the reality is it takes time, actions to show at the scale needed to change perceptions. So persistence is key to universally cement that role. Nonetheless, the financing gap still persists, and there is an urgent need to scale up investments in all sources of energy across the entire value chain. So I think there's enough capital in financial markets, and I hope we can unpack this and discuss it more, Atul. In addition to the traditional forms of financing, I think there is a growing role for climate tech, growing VCs, and the financial capital that is going and directed towards that. And this has grown, we've seen that it's grown by 200% year on year, which is significant, but it's nowhere near the amount necessary for this energy transition. Of course, as I said, it pales in comparison to the trillions needed. And the question that persists is really how to de-risk what is increasingly becoming a risky sector, drowned by uncertainty. How effective are the green taxonomies? Can blended finance close the gap, the finance gap? And how can we effectively plan for a low carbon energy secure future while addressing the needs of humanity today? Without further ado, I'll pass it on to His Excellency Osama Baraz, Secretary General of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, for his openings.
Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you very much. I would like to start at the outset by thanking the IEA, IEF, and the OPEC for inviting me to this important event. I've really enjoyed the discussion since the very morning. I see that we have alignment more than we have differences. And I guess it's what we're discussing about energy security and energy transition is two main challenges that no one can deny. We have seen how energy scarcity can do what's happening, especially in Europe and other parts of the world. And we are also seeing the severe weather conditions. So no one can deny the challenge about climate change or the challenge about energy security. And I guess one of the main challenges to add to this is that although there are a lot of alignments among this group, but still we see two opposite parties, two opposite extremes. So, one party is talking about renewables is the only solution, that this is what is as the solution for what we're doing, and another party talking about fossil fuels as the only solution as well. And I guess one of the main things that we need to do is to how can we strike the balance between the energy security and the energy transition. And I guess as the world is growing in population, and as we have seen in most of these scenarios, although they are quite different, but they reflect the uncertainties we're living in. But the only certain thing is that the world will need of energy, not just to grow, but also to sustain life. And this means that we will need renewables, we will need cleaner fuels, and we will also need oil and gas for a long time. And I think what we need to do and focus on is how can we make fossil fuels cleaner. Maybe some of the technologies need to be advanced, need to be scaled up, but I think that we're not just having the proper and meaningful dialogue, but even when we have the dialogue, we're not taking actions as loud than words. And I guess this is what we need to do. We see this in the Saudi Arabia initiative. We see this in a lot of the Gulf countries. And what I would like to speak about here is as an example for taking action, collaboration, and also GECF is a relatively infant international organization that started maybe 4 years ago. Main objective of developing the gas resources in the East Mediterranean region that has a lot of gas discoveries that are a lot of potential more resources. And I guess what we managed to do is that managed to get not just the governments together, but we also managed to get the industry together. Have what we call has IOCs, NOCs, financing institutes, technology companies interested in the energy. We started in November 2019 with 16 members, now have 36 members. In addition to this, we have also the regulators in one area, and very recently our minister's scientific and technology advisory group. In this case, we are aligning the governments, the private sector, the financing institutes, and also the research and development institutes, in addition to the regulators. Main focus is striking the right transition. And I guess the focus for the East Mediterranean has been even attracted more attention with the geopolitical tension that happened since February 2022. So the region is already exporting. Managed to do during 2022 is almost doubling the gas flowing to Europe from the East Mediterranean through the LNG facilities in Egypt. So actually actions concerning the energy security. But at the same time, we're also focusing on decarbonization, because we are aware that maybe sometime, it could be a decade or more, there will be some sort of concern over the carbon footprint of the gas. That's why we have spent most of 2022 decarbonization initiative of the EMGF, with the main focus of how can we reduce the carbon emissions from the value chain of the gas industry in the region. And however, not just as governments, but also collaboration between governments, private sector, finance support of the EU, the World Bank, and the US as well. So we were privileged to present this decarbonization initiative during the COP27 that took place in November, back in November, is that we are setting a plan over the next 6 to 8 years, including specific projects for the decarbonization of the gas industry in the region, not just projects, but also and regulations that can stimulate investment. More companies do these projects within the next 6 to 8 years. I guess one of the merits that we have as EMGF is that we are trying to walk the talk, or trying to on actions, then definitely we're trying to engage in dialogue. But more important, I guess, another merit is bringing the different stakeholders together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'll pass on the floor to Dr. Ken. Start with you.
Thank you very much, Prince Nora. And I'd like to thank the IEA-IEF Symposium. I'm very happy to share my personal and also our institute views on this. In short, or in summary, it's that our energy transition is very, we are in a long journey in uncharted territory. And we have that very significant diversity that respective energy economic development are diversified. Our answer to this is pragmatic. We have to be our cost. And can I ask someone to? Thank you very much. And this of that I simply world energy demand, even in our advanced technology scenario, which is very strong. Thank you very much. Particular developing world will lead to come, and will substantially actually over 2020 that global CO2 emission will become almost half, but not zero. This is our analysis result. And again, why this we cannot reach to zero? Simply because that emission in the non-OECD country will not decline very substantially. They will see the decline, but not zero. So how to reduce the CO2 emission or GHG emission in the developing world will be the key or to determine our energy transition for the future. So we have to make a very detailed and careful analysis and examination on the energy transition, in particular for the developing world. For this, that IEA also made a special study focusing on Asia, in particular, very focused on the ASEAN country, which can become the growth engine for the world energy demand. And again, put it very short, that to have the cost minimized energy transition, the Asian country, the ASEAN country will need a multi-step or two-step, multi-step approach to reduce CO2 emission and to successful energy transition. So fast transition, a fast step can be that coal to natural gas switching, and followed by the commercialization of the advanced technology such as hydrogen and CCS, CCUS, which again, that potentially successfully avoid that making natural gas and other fossil fuel assets not to be stranded. And I said that this is based on the cost minimum approach. What's the cost minimum approach? The cost includes that addressing that intermittent renewable energy, so-called that integration cost is taken into account.
Some people is still arguing that even in Asia, that we need to have the so-called leapfrog 100% renewable transition. But in our analysis, that it is too much costly, and partly because of the integration cost. But another important element comes on that comprehensive cost for the critical mineral and other issues, which will show us later. Our latest IEA Outlook also addressed that long-term up to 2050 critical mineral supply demand analysis, and clearly that some of the critical minerals will see the very significant supply demand crunch as early as 2030, maybe earlier, because of the strong demand growth of critical minerals, which will be needed to promote that energy transition for decarbonization, particularly focused on the renewable or battery or others. And another important element comes on the very substantial supply over dependence on specific sources, both in terms of resources and process capacity. And we can easily understand that if we became too much dependent on specific strategic source, on specific energy, specific country or specific sources, it may create a lot of risky problem. The past and ongoing crisis clearly indicate. So under the circumstance, what I'd like to point out is a comprehensive analysis for cost minimization for energy transition is really key. Without this comprehensive consideration, that energy transition may have a serious risk in the long run. And lastly, I'd like to briefly touch upon the issue related to the green growth and green investment. And again, very put it shortly, if there is no crowding out effect for the green investment, it can lead to the overall global economic growth and employment growth. But again, if there is a crowding effect on green investment, in other words, that green investment can be met by the decline in other sectors' investment, I think our analysis indicates it may lead to that net negative economic growth in the world. So to avoid such unhappy situation, we have to deal with the capital constraint, and we have to cooperate in the world to not to happen that such unhappy result. I'll stop here and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Ken. We'll pass it on to Richard.
There we are. Thanks very much. I have a few slides which will come up in a minute, but I'll mainly leave those for you afterward and you can digest them at your leisure. But let's bring them up though somewhere. They're somewhere. I'm going to reflect on a few things. One is to place some of these outlooks in the context of actually some of the issues that have come up during the conversation earlier. So I'll maybe reflect back on some of those as well. So for the last several years at Resources for the Future, we've been doing something called the Global Energy Outlook, which this is just a snapshot of that. So you can find that on the website, rff.org/geo. What this does is it brings together a wide range of energy outlooks. Actually, Christoph showed you, and actually you've seen throughout the day, the wide diversity of different institutions, and even within institutions, different outlooks that are produced. And so what this study does over the last several years is take these different outlooks, do some conversions to them, because you can't just directly compare them. They report energy in different units, and the energy content of different sources is different. So you have to do some adjustments there. Otherwise, you're comparing apples and oranges. So we do that. And many different institutions. So one thing that I think has become clear, but doesn't hurt to reiterate it, there's different types of scenarios in these outlooks. And what we do is break them into roughly three different kinds. One, which you think was reference case scenarios. These are scenarios that assume that current policies and legislation basically stay in effect. They might evolve slightly, but pretty much the current legislative regulatory landscape globally is pretty consistent. Then you've got evolving policy scenarios, which don't imagine that policies are static, that they actually do change like they do in the real world. And we have a range of those, and good examples of those are the International Energy Agency STEPS and announced policy scenarios. And just as to be concrete about that, so STEPS would include things like US legislation that's been passed, like the Inflation Reduction Act would be in there, and it would assume that the Inflation Reduction Act kind of actually has its intended effect when it's implemented. It includes things like the Fit for 55 and various EU legislation, and imagine that it actually does get implemented. But it doesn't include what is in the right-hand side here, what we call ambitious climate scenarios, which are scenarios that are not based on current policy. They're based on achieving a particular target, right? So net zero targets of a particular degree of temperature change, like 1.5 or 2 degrees, and you can see there's a range of different scenarios in there. And so the biggest thing that explains this spray of forecasts and projections that you've seen over the course of the day are, in fact, different assumptions about the degree to which future policy changes and the degree to which climate targets are actually achieved over time. So some of them are goals-based and some of them are policy evolution-based, but they are different in the background assumptions that they're making. So some key findings that, and I think this is shown up already in today's discussion, there is a very large, what we call the ambition gap between reference case scenarios, which is current policy, and ambition climate scenarios, which this really highlights the distance between existing policies that are in place and long-term climate targets. And there's a big gap there. I think that Peg brought this up earlier, you know, while there might be targets of 1.5 or 2 degrees, the current path is roughly 2.5 degrees, right? If you look at, you know, current policy, and I would actually agree with that reference point, and you'll see that in a moment. That said, you know, clean energy sources are set to grow manyfold. There's a question about how fast and how much, but all of them, whether it's, you know, wind, solar, nuclear, carbon capture and storage, all on a path to grow very, very substantially from their starting point, while fossil fuels are expected to peak and decline. And again, exactly what the timing of that is uncertain, but that is certainly where I see the bulk of energy projections going. One other thing that, and I'll dig into each of these in a little bit more in a minute. The other thing that we looked at this year was last year, this time, I think like the energy crisis hadn't even, it was like just starting to unfold, right, and hit. And so two big things happened over the course of last year, at least if you're an American. One of these might not be big globally, but there's the energy crisis, of course, and then the Inflation Reduction Act, right? And this time last year, both of those were really uncertain, like, you know, how much impact would they have on the energy transition? There's questions about, would it speed up the energy transition? Would it slow down the energy transition? And I think that so far, it looks like both of those things have actually sped it up. And that was not clear. First of all, it wasn't clear this time last year whether US legislation would actually get passed. I think it got passed despite the energy crisis, not because of the energy crisis. But Europe is a different situation. I think in Europe, to my mind, it clearly has accelerated the transition in Europe. And so what this has added up, and we'll see again in a couple slides in a moment, if you look across particularly the International Energy Agency and BP, both had outlooks that kind of predated and post-dated these things. So you can kind of look to those two outlets and see how those have changed to get some indication of how much of a lasting impact these shifts might have. All right, now let me take a little bit of a diversion here. So I mentioned that these different scenarios that you see have different background assumptions. None of them have probabilities though, right? And this is an issue. There's no probabilities. It's hard to discern which one of these is more likely or less likely than another. So we've had a project underway at RFF, actually several years, just completed most of it last year, where we looked at three different things: population, growth in GDP per capita, and emissions. And we did this from a probabilistic point of view. We used both statistical, econometric evidence, but we're looking actually pretty far into the future. And so we also incorporated a structured expert judgment into that to put probabilities on this. And I quickly present to you, this is all again available online and in published papers. Population is an interesting one, and I think at least one person, I think from OPEC brought up population growth, set to grow to 99.7 billion by 2050. This is actually a very certain number, right? There's not actually a lot of uncertainty around population. Demographic trends do not shift that, and so that's really like a plus or minus 3%, 95% confidence interval around population. Kind of hard to believe, but we're quite good at population projections, and population is growing probably eventually to like 11 billion people out when it finally peaks. Global GDP, most likely scenario and this is shown kind of in the middle there, is the kind of thick blue, light blue line where it says RFF-SP's median. This RFF-SP stands for RFF socioeconomic and emissions projections. The best guess is that global GDP is likely to double by 2050, but there's actually a pretty wide distribution of uncertainty around GDP. And this is actually not recognized in outlooks. In fact, the lines you see around the thick light blue line are the economic projections from IEA and BP, and kind of overlaid in there are the different scenarios from those institutions, but basically they all assume the same economic growth. It's a reasonable mid-case scenario, but it really does not span the range of possibilities for what GDP might end up looking like. So that's a good thing to keep in mind, and I think we've seen that time and time again when we have recessions, when we have things like COVID that hit the economy, we do see some whiplash in the energy system when that occurs. Emissions. So this shows for CO2 emissions globally through the year 2050. Again, you see the spray of different scenarios there, ranging from net zero and 1.5 degree scenarios at the very bottom to some of the higher end IPCC scenarios, for those of you familiar with that, way up at the top. And again, the blue shading there is a 95% confidence interval based on the probabilistic work that we've done, and the light thick blue line that kind of peaks by 2030 and then gradually comes down, that's the central scenario. And so I hope this helps put in some perspective, it's closest to actually the IEA steps. So based on this, IEA steps is actually not a bad projection of what a best case scenario might be if things continue to evolve as they currently look like they're evolving. Now, of course, things will shift. And if we did the same exercise 5 years or 10 years from now, it's likely to be very different. And even around that central case, there's a wide distribution of uncertainty about what might actually unfold in the future. But if you see those very high-end scenarios and the very low-end scenarios are, I would say, highly unlikely. Again, the light blue shading there is a 95% confidence interval over the work that we've done. So hopefully that also sheds some light on where the most likely path is based on current policy evolution. I'm going to skip forward now. All these figures are showing something I already said, which is that, clean energy sources, nuclear, wind, solar, all slated to grow. The question is, how much? Really tremendous scale that's going to happen there. Then these next few slides, again, you've seen these, the question of peaking oil demand, coal, it looks like coal has probably already peaked. Actually, I want to make this point I didn't make earlier, which is when you have a system in transition, it's very hard to make predictions. You're moving from positive trends to slowing and then to negative trends. So you're moving the direction of the sign. That's extremely difficult. The other thing about the current transition is it's different at different regions of the world, right? So what's happening, Europe actually has entered into an energy transition. You can actually see it. You can see that sources are being replaced by alternative sources. At a global level, you actually don't see it. What you see at a global level is energy additions. We're just, continuing to use as much as we have or more of everything and then just adding more on top of it. But the technological disruptions that are also happening are very hard to predict, whether that's vehicle electrification, disruptions to electricity energy sources, solar, wind, et cetera, possibilities of fusion out there. I know we all like to laugh about fusion and say it's 30 years in the future, but guess what? Maybe not so much anymore. It could actually be becoming more plausible. So these shifts also make it very difficult to predict. All right, I'm going to just show you maybe one more slide here. So this is the impact of the energy crisis, and I'll show you just slide 22. So this is, I think this is the biggest shift, actually, I think, and actually Peg from IEA may validate or not what I'm about to say. which is this is global gas, and both the what's happened in Europe with the energy crisis and the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States both have had a negative expectation for gas for different reasons, but that shows up in a meaningful way in the IEA and BP projections. And so for gas globally, the IEA is now, and this is the step scenario last year versus this year. Last year was showing growth, and this year basically is showing flat. BP still showing growth, but more modest growth than what it has in the past. You can see a similar thing for oil, not as much. And for coal, actually, within the US for coal, and in most cases, it's like further accelerating what was already a fast climb expected for coal. Probably said more than I should have in my opening remarks, but leave it at that.
Thank you. No, I think that's perfect. And this added layer of probability is really important. I'd like to come back on that when it comes to decision making, how it helps decision makers and policy makers maybe after. But I'd like to turn to Sharif now. And Sharif, you have very clear opinions given your expertise and your extensive knowledge of the industry. And we've heard you last year when you spoke about your views of how the industry was looking like and how that this volatility in the market is nothing new, right? And we've constantly had these conversations, but I'm wondering, has your thinking changed? What is your view today on the severity of the energy markets, given the concerns, these rising concerns on energy security, affordability? Have things shifted? Do you see things shifting? Do you see attitudes shifting when it comes to financing specifically?
Thank you, Nora. At first, I love to come after Richard in a presentation because I don't know anybody who handles numbers better than Richard. And it's good and bad because he's very, very thorough. And at the same time, because the numbers are so daunting, it becomes very confusing. So I come at things from the standpoint of an entrepreneur. So I try to take all the information that we've gathered today. It's been pretty reflective of what has happened over the last 2 years. And you've seen a major shift. So 3 major trends that have happened. The first one is energy security is now at the top of the priority list. You can argue all you want about wanting to take into consideration other factors, but energy security is now prime everywhere. Different in different areas of the world. So in the United States, energy security means something different than what it means in Africa. But it's still there. So all of a sudden, President Biden has gone from a very aggressive environmental agenda to acknowledging in the State of the Union that hydrocarbons are going to be needed at least for a decade and probably a lot longer. It doesn't have the same urgency that it would have in developing countries. In Europe, astonishing transformation in Germany, where it took 20 years to get a permit for a regas facility. And all of a sudden, not only they get them permitted in less than a year, they also get them built in less than a year. This is German efficiency at its best. But it shows you where the priorities are. So for me, energy security is now the primary driver. And I don't try to tell people what they should be doing. There's enough people who do that. To figure out, given the circumstances, what it is that they're likely to do going forward. Now, in 30 years, I have never been able to predict more than 5 years. If I go 5 years in the future, I've been wrong more often than right. I went for a regas facility when the world all of a sudden decided that it wasn't needed anymore. Then I went to liquefaction, and I had the market just as the market was oversupplied. So it is a brutal business, and it will drive you to make mistakes all the time. And you've got to be able to live with those mistakes on a long-term basis. The second thing that is prevalent today in today's market is, from everything I've heard, from the numbers that I've looked at, from Richard's presentation about population growth and GDP growth, and which is pretty much reflective of what we've seen everywhere else. Affordable energy is a myth. There is no such thing as affordable energy. Energy is going to be extremely expensive. I don't see where we're going to come up with the trillions of dollars of investment that are going to be necessary. Now, you don't do this by policy. You do this by companies like ConocoPhillips sitting there and, where am I going to get the best return for my money? And this is what they're going to do, with a little bit of window dressing and with a little bit of social conscience, because we all have one to different levels. But at the end of the day, we're concerned about making money. And because if we don't make money, we don't survive. And if we don't survive, we can't do good. So it's kind of connected with each other. So for me, the notion of affordable and what is really affordable is still for the public to decide. And you have constituencies. So if you're a public company, you're going to have your shareholders. If you're a policy maker, you're going to have the people who are going to elect you. But you always have somebody to be accountable for. And if you make them if you make policies that are not enforceable because you don't have a way to make them, then you will not be successful at every level. Now, I don't see why it's incumbent on the energy industry to come up with a transition. That's not necessary. I mean, we didn't ask coal producers 100 years ago to figure out how to do oil and gas. So today, putting the onus on energy companies to come up with what the solution is for an elegant transition. You know, last year, the 6 top Western companies made $200 billion and invested $80 billion. We've been talking about trillions of dollars here. So they're not going to make the difference. They are going to do what they do best for 80% of what they do. And there's no particular reason why they should start reinventing themselves any more than Microsoft or Apple or somebody else. I don't know. They have more money than energy companies. Why isn't the burden on them to come up with a transition? And the last thing, I think, in this context, the world is going to be subdivided in 3 today, I think, in very, very general groups: the oil producers, the energy producers, and they are going to be, if I'm right about the affordable not being there and having to have a reset in energy prices in order to justify all the investments that are necessary, then this is where the capital is going to be, with the energy producers. And I include the United States. I wish the congressman was still here, but I'll catch him. Because it's going to be incumbent on the energy producers to use their wealth intelligently to preserve their markets, to continue to do the right thing in terms of energy justice. Then you're going to have emerging countries, and hopefully they can count on the energy producers, including the US, to help them achieve the aspire to. And the fact that energy is no longer affordable may also push OECD countries to start dealing with the major factor that can help improvement. I don't want to call it transition in the fight against climate by conservation. And that is the one that we can do, is start dealing with conservation, neither in Europe nor in the United States. And until we get there, it's very hard for OECD countries to preach the rest of the world when they're not willing to do the thing. So the emerging countries will continue to inflation, will continue to improve their living standard, continue to need access to energy. And I want to say sustainable and reliable, that is important. Affordable, I'm afraid we're going to have to redefine what. And then the third area is Europe, where I really don't understand what's happening. Europe has the least chance of becoming energy independent, and they have the policies now that negate all the things that are true. They're making a pretense or that in 5 years everything is going to be fine. I don't understand how. Industries are going to migrate. We're not going to improve climate with that because they're going to go to different. They will produce it in developing countries because labor is cheap, or in producing because energy is cheap. But everything that we need for relying on energy, and particularly on hydrocarbons, since it represents 85% of the energy mix. And we're going to have 3 words. I don't think Europe is going to be able to help emerging countries first. But producing countries, including the United States, can do that. And the developing countries will be focused on helping themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Food for thought to discuss and unpack here. I think there are a couple of things that you mentioned on the brutality of the market and the fact that players will make mistakes in their decision-making process, whether they're private sectors or government, to make these mistakes, and others in developing nations who cannot afford and they in fact do not want to make these mistakes and take the risk. And that comes back to the issue of justice and energy transition. Who's responsible for what, and who's responsible for moving markets and changing or transition to Atul to give perspectives on that.
Thank you. So one thing which has to be said has been said, but I'm still very happy to be here. Thank you, Joe, OPEC and the IEA for inviting me. I'm going to take a sort of a high-level view and then provide kind of what I think are some of the opportunities. I think the first thing to say, which we heard from Pakistan, is that climate change is becoming a fact of life. I think we should not deny that that is happening, and it is going to get worse. And one of the most interesting things in the climate change, which I falling asleep one night, just read about that. Very interesting how you can take the weather phenomena like the floods in Pakistan and link them to longer term climate change. So it is happening. The other thing which I think Richard said, which is very true, is that we are kind of in the energy addition mode. You know, if you look at the energy mix 30 years back, it was 80% oil, gas, and a lot more, consuming a lot more. So it's 80% of a lot more. What I found more interesting is electricity, which we think has made a lot of progress, right? But the reality is it was 66, 65% oil, gas, and coal. It is still 60. What we did is we took nuclear energy and replaced it with solar and wind. We shut down quite a lot of nuclear, which I think was in retrospect not a good decision, including I think in Japan and also in Europe. So hopefully nuclear will come back. So that's kind of the big picture. I think any path we want to take to reducing emissions, and we heard this, emerging economies, and I was really struck by remarks, your remarks from Africa, because Africa is so critical to that transition. It's not just Asia. Asia, we think about India and China, but ultimately, the other thing, keeping in mind, this transition is so multifaceted that we're not going to have one single path for everybody to take. We're going to have multiple paths. And we've been working with IEF on this idea of sort of energy solutions initiative and listening to. We had a meeting in Johannesburg back in October, was, in parts of Africa, energy. So to get carbon energy, which is accessible, is better. If you are in sub-Saharan Africa and you go from burning wood to getting LPG, most of the people in the world don't think of that as a very poor quality of life to a much better quality of life. So I think the mindset around energy transition has to change very significantly. Two other things I want to add. One is about money. So, show me the money, and as Sharif said, very rich governments, they're also very good at what they do. And I think there have been two very, very big money shots, $9 billion, but this act and the Infrastructure Act, if you add all that there, and Richard's team has done a fabulous analysis, how much money is going in, and it's just monumental amount of money. But one of the things which similarly in Europe, we are going to see emissions. But the challenge is even if Europe and the US get down to the 30% or 40% numbers they're targeting, it's going to make a lot of difference because you have to get the rest of the world to come down. But it's a number in the US, I think, which is, Richard, I think is the popular. People haven't talked this permitting. If there is no permitting, there is no 40% reduction. So, this is that caveat that, and we know, and you mentioned this, Sharif, how things can change when security becomes number one priority. You can get a new LNG regas facility in months, right? I mean, agency to do permitting for CCS or for hydrogen to be seen. Now, one around to depress you tremendously, there are some bright spots here. One is, and I'm sure Bernard will talk about, a lot of fabulous technology happening. So the thing which I am a biologist by training, I think the idea of the hubs, which is happening around the world, and hydrogen hubs, is a great idea because they are mostly located at by shore, on ports, away from population. You can capture CO2 and put it in somewhere offshore, or again, away from complex types of CCS and hydrogen. If you can't crack the hubs in the next few years, I think we have a very, very serious problem. The last point is that when the IEA did the net zero report, which was interesting, might be a much better report at the same time, cost of, the financing of energy transition and emerging costs. And that report said, I think of the chart, very high in Africa and Asia and all that. And of course, that's part of it is because of the financial structure and the credit ratings. But the other big issue is capacity building. Issues around capacity, around corruption, all of those things. And I think one of the things which needs to happen is not just focus on, do we have enough money, but how is that money we have is being utilized? And there is no shortage of money. In fact, in the US, few projects of clean energy, whereas in the rest of the world, there isn't enough money because people are reluctant to invest in the higher risk. So overall, I think we are moving in the right direction. It's going to be messy. It's going to be slow, and it's going to be frustrating for people who think we can get there tomorrow. It's not going to happen.
Thank you very much. Question before we move to Bjorn is, you mentioned the heavy cost burden on African nations in particular. And my question is, thinking of solutions, right? How can a conversation, cost of capital, but also the issue of capacity building, political risk, how do you mitigate these risks? And what are the conversations that can happen? And more importantly, how can you expedite conversations to actually turn into action that will allow financing and access? And one more issue as well, or one more point, is this issue of leapfrogging. And I think it's extremely they can just go to renewables, when it's not the case. There are applications, certain applications that allow for leapfrogging, but not everything. And you can't cast this wide net. So how can we have this more nuanced conversation to put the right support or send support to these nations?
So I'll be brief. On the first point, there is a very important meeting which is going to happen in, I think in March in Washington, DC. The MDBs are going to get together, and there is a big agenda on their meeting, which is to change the lending policies, because, you know, they stopped regularly investing, for example, in gas in Africa, which is clearly, at least in my mind, a no-brainer. So I think that some of those things have to be changed for financing, and MDBs will play a very important role, and that has to change. On the technology, I probably will give you an answer you're not expecting. So I think of technologies in different categories. I think about semiconductor type technologies and process technologies. As I said, I'm a petroleum engineer, but I had the good fortune of working in the solar industry for a few years when I was at BP. What I learned is that why solar costs come down much, if you look at it, you can get semiconductor manufacturing to be at scale very fast. You know, why are chips, you know, it's the Moore's law. You can follow that for solar PV. For CCS and for hydrogen, is process technology. If you're chemical engineers will know, process technology is really a pain to control because there are too many variables you're trying to manage. So getting the same level of cost curve down into CS and hydrogen and things like that is going to be more challenging. Batteries is different. Batteries will follow the hard, you know, semiconductor path. So I think we're going to have to think about these in a more nuanced way, and not just say, well, because solar costs came down, now we can get CCS down and we can get hydrogen down. Physics doesn't work that, or actually the laws of thermodynamics don't work that way.
I'd like to turn to Bjorn to give his perspectives on oil and gas producers specifically, and maybe reflect on your experience at Equinor managing. I mean, we heard earlier that, you know, why, or maybe it raises the question that of why stepping up and taking action and investing and putting in money to actually become more relevant. And I think it is because of their markets. Sure, there are different and various reasons why they're acting in certain ways. And I'd like to hear from you a little more on what is driving, what are they about, and how are they addressing the energy security issue, all the while maintaining their core of energy access globally.
Thanks. And thanks to you, Joe, and the organizer for inviting me. So I've been learning so much. I changed my remarks, so I'm going to try to narrow on something that I'm more informed about all of the bigger complex transition. But you started out, Princess, on how do we regain trust to this industry? Is that oil and gas is going to be around for a long period of time, longer than some would like it to be, but it seems that that's inevitable. And, what do we need to do in order to be part of that? And how could we show up positively in that? I believe that we need to make sure that we manage our own emissions very fully, bring them to net zero. Then I think we need to be seen as both embracing and investing into the transition, not sitting on the outside waiting for the rest of society to see will they be successful in transitioning, but actually actively contributing to it. And then I think this industry needs to remind itself that it hasn't always been the most transparent industry, and it needs to continue to become. So the context of this part of the discussion is one of sustainability. And the way I see it in the simplest way, sustainability is about how you relate to society and how you relate to nature. And if you're looking back, I believe this industry has the opportunity to have bigger footprints than any other industry. If done wrong, if done correctly, can help generate the foundations for welfare, educational systems, high quality jobs, and investing in technologies that could inform other sectors. But you can see human rights violations, institutional sclerosis, instead of, international dependencies, you can see international rivalry. And I actually believe that looking back, I think this industry has been able to evolve and are much better at addressing many of those issues now, where a couple of decades ago. And I think this is more important than ever to show up in the right without fixing the energy system. They are, very much interrelated, and we know that nearly two-thirds of all climate-related emissions or man-made emissions are coming from the energy system. So how do we relate to that? So I'm chair of the executive committee of OGCI, the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. And the purpose basically to try to help accelerate climate action inside the companies. We spend time, it's a CEO-led initiative. So, but we spend a lot of time on how can these companies together help accelerate the transition by developing carbon capture and storage technologies, hydrogen, partly looking into renewables, and help find the transition as such. There's going to be a separate session on that tomorrow. So I'm not going to talk about that now, but I'm going to talk about how we can also address the emissions of this industry in itself, because we haven't talked much about, and there's one thing we know, that the overall broad economic transformation that needs and will be on governments, consumers, companies, it's a mix. But industry itself, nobody else is going to come and figure that. So that goes for private companies, but also national oil companies and oil producing nations. I think we have a job to do, basically. The job is around 4 gigatons of emissions. So close to 10% total emission related to the energy usage of this industry. So in OGCI, the 12 companies, they have nearly, that's equal to all airplanes. We have set the ambition as a group to bring those emissions to net zero from the operations. And ideally, I think all oil and gas companies will. The lowest hanging fruits of that is to stop and flaring. That's around 400 million tons. And put that in perspective, that's like a big country. Energy, that's the worst form, right? It's a complete waste. And many countries are committed to go to zero flaring. But still, if you fly around the world, you see those flares. And I think excuses anymore to really get the job done. And now another thing, and that's actually half of the emissions, that's methane or methane. So methane emissions, basically gas out. I spent some time trying to understand methane, and I'm still learning a lot, but so methane decides the speed of global warming. So much more harmful than CO2 leaks, 80 times more. There's a very good book actually produced by IEF. You guys on this brings a bit of the science. So, but it's probably the most important short-term. And methane, you look from landfills or coal or rice production, but the one sector that can contribute meaningfully to reduce methane emissions by 2030 is the oil and gas industry. The country is going to be bigger if you remove methane leaks from the oil and gas industry. It's going to be bigger than the contribution all electric cars by 2030. Mind-blowing numbers, huh? Now, given the progress we've done over the last 5 years, we now understand where the sources of methane leaks are. We are able to see methane leaks either. Most of the methane emission reductions are doable. They can be done very quickly at also low or moderate many geographies. So I dare say actually there are no excuses anymore. So this is why we in the OGSI members have reduced their emissions by 30% over the last 5 years. Industry movement to do this. So we have launched this aiming for zero methane emissions initiative. We'd love to have Tellurian as part of that and all the other companies. And there we agreed to say we believe that virtually all methane emissions can and should be avoided. And it's a mindset shift and say, what if we start thinking around methane? There's not one company globally that's accept a dripping pipe. And I think the time is to saying the same around methane leaks. Recently, we did a satellite program using satellites, and we found plumes, really, really big plumes. And then knocked on the doors with some national companies and say, are you aware of this? And you know what? Most companies are eager to have a run, or plant managers would like to run a well, and they were not aware of the leaks. And then just through the dialogue, they were able to fix the leakages and basically removed as much methane leaks as a super major for a full year. It was the opportunity to do that. So in conclusion, I think the debate around energy and climate changed a lot over the last 9 months or since the war started. Affordability and access. But I think it's very important that this industry doesn't forget that climate needs to be part of the conversation and that we have a job to do ourselves. So I'll just stop there. Thanks.
How many do we have for time? Okay, great. I'd like to come back to Richard. Maybe if you could elaborate more on the probabilities of the work that you've been doing and how it's supporting policymakers and decision makers, different decisions.
Well, it's still percolating out there, I would say, in terms of what's very important, because we can lose sight, when there's so many different possible futures out there, we can lose sight of, the current path that we're on. And I mean, there is, I think, honest debate and there are perspectives about which is the but at a minimum, we need to ground conversations in reality. Otherwise, we can quickly get very detached, and that disruptions in and of it come up. In the context of energy security is another thing that it's starting to unfold, but I think maybe a prediction that we'll see it unfold more in the future as capital equipment from fuels can become a less large fraction. I think we're going to be seeing a shift in I think we already are starting to see a shift in conversations around energy security and energy trade are different from what they've been in the past. And we see some of the reflections of this, in fact, in recent US legislation, right? Where domestic manufacturing, trade in equipment was really at the fore, also concerned with the energy system of the future. And so that's different than energy security conversations of the past, and it's different from most of the energy trade past, but I see that being an emerging thing. Also, the increased connectivity, therefore, to domestic economic development of a different type. Again, we've seen that, for sure in the United States. We've seen it in response in Europe with the new proposals there. But I think that's something to watch out. I think for the International Energy Department to think about it fits within this dialogue.
Thank you, Richard. I think we can open it up to I think we have about 10 minutes. If any of our panelists have any additional comments that they would like to share before taking questions, and
And to what extent, I have mentioned, or it has mentioned that beyond the IRA, there is a CHIPS Act and the tax reduction or whatever act. But to what extent, particularly the RIA is much more security policy to contain China than about climate change. And I know this is a provocative question. This would explain the bipartisan support in the Hill, in Congress, in IRA.
All right, I can viewpoint on that. I think it's mostly clean energy and climate. I think though that, and this isn't the only example of this policy, but one definitely sees, reactions to China in not just the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, it's in many different acts in the United States. And so, there's a transition occurring in just the underpinnings of global trade. And we have a long conversation about that, but I would expect to see more, not less of that. I think it's mostly about clean energy and climate.
And
just to be clear, IRA passed with no Republican votes in the Senate, and I can't even in the House, maybe just 2 or 3 votes. So it was, as Richard said, it was clean energy. There are provisions in the IRA which are sort of related to supply chains and all that. But remember, the IRA covers a large range of technologies. Some don't require any Chinese or import.
And maybe Atul and Richard, another follow-up question for you. I think briefly on it is one of the reasons why it gained bipartisan support is also because it's the concerns of both parties, right? And it answered the concerns. And I think this is why there was that lag where it stopped and then stopped it and then it was, and then it passed after that. Is because of the sticky policies that were there, and it really addressed the concerns of both producers, oil and gas producers, coal miners, and maybe the Republican Party more so. But at the same time, it addressed the issue of a clean transition. And I think that's a big part, in my opinion, from what I know of it passed.
Well, I mean, as I think somebody already mentioned, Senator Manchin from West Virginia was a key player, and he played his hand very smartly to get things he wanted for West Virginia, but gave a few things to colleagues on the Democratic side of the Senate. I think one of the things to keep in mind is that most of the IRA, and Richard's probably more knowledgeable on this than I am, is not tax, it's tax credits. So spend money, there's no free money, and it's easy for Congress to appropriate that money. They're not actually giving anything out there if you get the credit. Some of it is subsidy in some few cases, like in the case of hydro, but still you have to spend manageable, I think, overall, in the big scheme of things. I'm thinking on that IRA.
No, well, I think it was so, and it does definitely differentiate this piece of from past proposals, at least, is that it's very focused on carrots, not sticks. I mean, there's very little mandates in it. It's tax incentives and direct public spending. It's actually a mix. Most of it is tax credits. So it will bring a lot of private sector money along with what government expenditures are made. But it's definitely a different path than those of us who've been working on these issues for a very long time actually would have recommended. Honestly, it's if you're an economist, you have a sense of what pricing instruments should do in this realm, and that's not the direction the United States is going.
Can I just touch on very quickly, because Bernardo made a very important point which people should not forget. I think the importance of digital technologies in the world of energy, we are just kind of, in my view, on paragraph 1 of chapter 1. It's going to be, you mentioned how to detect methane leaks and so on, but the applications are so vast in operating, generating energy, as in using energy. And I think the world, particularly the developing world, is just starting to figure that out. The US, ConocoPhillips pioneer in what you have done in Permian for use to improve productivity. I think so much more of that in the coming year, and that in itself could be a big impact on overall demand.
Dr. Khan, please.
Just a very brief thought to Atul that if we really think that the digital technology need to play an important role, I think it leads to the importance of the security of power. And I think that in the long run for our energy journeys, that power market security and power market stability can be a very, very important.
Shahid. Thank you, Nora. I think maybe I'm going to go back to a little bit theme that we felt sort of throughout the day, and maybe almost like in a lot of the comments that we've heard in this room, almost like an emerging or a re-emergence of a crisis of trust. Different players are not only looking from their own prism, even when they're sitting and supposedly actively listening to they're choosing to listen to what they want to hear as opposed to what's being said. We're also seeing within the IRA that it might have been passed mostly by Democrats with some Republican support. At least the Democrats, or what Manchin did, is sort of ensured potentially its stickiness. I think they've done two things. One, call it something that's really boring, which is Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, it has nothing to do with the Green Deal. It has nothing to do with any polarizing terms. So you would imagine and assume that it would be more sticky. But then the second was to ensure that this is also falling in line with other concerns of Republicans, whether it's on the supply chain or whether it's on, resistance against China, et cetera, et cetera. So also within those themes, we've heard maybe semblances from Honorable today that there is some sort of opposition towards the IRA and towards how it will be implemented. But there's also some difficulty as well, mostly surprisingly in California, and actually spending the money that the IRA has already rolled out. So to go to my question, I think for me, I see two emerging things that require addressing. And maybe this is a question to Joe and to Angela and others who are having these typologies of forum, is what types of dialogue are we really having? I've felt in the many years that I've been coming here to the IEA-IEF-OPEC dialogue, there's been more of a tighter space for dialogue, similar voices, maybe some voices that over time have been a little bit more entrenched into their own positions. So are we having a semblance of a dialogue, or are we really trying to the nitty-gritty of what consists the dialogue? Is it different institutions stating their own opinion, or are we really heading towards one directionality, one common directionality? And then the other is the context in which these decisions are taking place. So not touching too much on the system's noise, whether it's in the uncertainties and a lot of what Richard's currently working on to understand what directionality technological developments are heading in, population, etc. I think that's all within a larger system noise. The timeline in which we're trying to act is quite narrow. And the necessity of doing the types of actions that create more spaces for trust, more spaces for anti-antagonism, I think are becoming tighter and tighter. So the question in its long-winded form is essentially, how should one counter and rigidity in political systems that are hindering pathways towards collaboration? I'm happy for anyone to take. Who would like to take that good answer? Maybe Angela? Since we've discussed this, it's a difficult question.
I think there's a couple of things to throw in. First of all, commercial conferencing has gone ballistic as far as I can see. A lot of money to be made in convening people to have a conversation about something, and it's usually not a conversation, it's a discussion. A discussion takes its ontological roots in the word percussion. It means to drum backwards and forwards, and to try and find out who's right and who's wrong, or who can speak more loudly. So I think we have a discussion of the deaf in many fora, as opposed to a genuine dialogue. A dialogue means to turn ideas over together and find and generate something new that didn't exist beforehand. And we work really hard to design for productive and generative dialogues in the World Energy Council. That requires a huge amount of investment before you get into the room. It requires you to think about who's at the table. It requires you to think about what is the process by which you generation, but it also requires you to think about what is the container for the dialogue. So we are creatures of habit and habitat, and we perform according to the situation put in. If you put us in a big round table with microphones and we speak at each other, or you sit us side by side in a room so we can talk with each other, they are very different. And I think we are at discussion fatigue. Not at discussion fatigue. let me know what your seat is, but I'm going to the same meetings, I'm going to different meeting the same people, having the same conversation time and time and time again. I love the idea that we might do more seeing is believing. I think a refreshing thing. Let's have a couple of exhibitions about what's really changing and what we're learning from that. And my invitation is that we need to have the future at the table and on the menu. And at the moment, we're still out where history is taking us.
It brings me to a point.
If I can just make two comments. One on the Inflation Reduction Act. There are two things. It maybe didn't pass with a lot of Republicans, but I think the business community is strong. I think that was positive. The other thing, when we held an event in Washington with Global at CSI, the implementation by the administration alone in terms of guidelines on these credits, and that is at least not even happen during the rest of this current administration's term, even though they desperately want this stuff to happen. So it's just the slowness of how this will happen. There are, I guess, some wild cards. What if the Republican Congress might try to reduce some of the funding levels, but we'll have to wait and see. But on the question about dialogue, I mean, I have to say, I think the dialogue up until the last 2 years has been, it really wasn't a dialogue. It was a monologue. You would go to conferences and it was a one-way conversation. I think we have advanced now into a dialogue. I think the energy crisis is actually spurring people, actually policymakers around the world, to change 180 degrees on policy for their countries because of energy security, because of the energy crisis. So that's spurring new thinking, I think, on energy security and managing the transition and maintaining progress on climate and transition. So the transition is actually bringing us, I think, closer to a truer debate, and we need to develop, I think, a new consensus on energy based on practical solutions and making progress. Because if we have aspirational goals and we're not making progress, that's not good either. So I think really the energy crisis and the circumstances are forcing us to engage in a more robust dialogue.
I heard 4 things today that are actionable. So it is not so far-fetched. From Bjorn, eliminate flaring. That's not hard. Okay, put a price on carbon, force people, don't buy the product from somebody who actually flares. Another one from Bjorn, prevent emissions. They're unforgivable. I mean, Bjorn was right. It's indefensible today with the technology that we have to allow emissions. So I was interviewed about a year ago and asked what I thought about the American government putting a price on emissions. I said, I'm all for it. It's great. But then I did the calculation. I was surprised. I had not done the numbers. It was 12 cents. You're kidding. So I went back and I said, no, I'm sorry. I'm against it. 12 cents is not enough. $5, $10 maybe. Whatever. You shouldn't live with more than 0.2 or 1% of emissions for safety issues. Anything above that, and 0.2 or 1%, doesn't matter what price you put on it, it's affordable. So don't allow emissions. The other thing that I heard today is carbon capture. Okay, carbon capture is going to need a price on carbon. If you're not willing to put a price on carbon, you're not going to have carbon capture. It's that simple. So Exxon has proposed a project, 100 million tons for $100 billion. They know where, they know how, they know when to do it, and all they're waiting for is carbon, for a price on carbon. And then the last thing I heard from Angela is plant trees. The United States alone needs 60 billion trees. I didn't know that until I talked to the Forest Service, thanks to Richard. And when I first called them and I said, how many trees can you plant? They said 13 million. I said, okay, it's a big country. Only 13 million trees, you serious? On federal acreage. So that's 120 million acres. So when we dug into it and we looked at what actually is feasible, it's 60 billion trees. That's enough to take out of the atmosphere 30 billion tons of carbon over a 20-year period. Those are very significant numbers. So they're things that we can address immediately if we stop thinking the way we've been thinking until 2 years ago. But there are things that are actionable now that people can do.
Agreed. Thank you. Those are great reflections. Focusing on the actionable solutions really creates the movement that's needed. Adam, floor is yours.
Thank you. Sharif, one of the interesting things about tree planting is there are other nature-based solutions in addition to that actually have great promise. Mangrove restorations in this region, for example, and mangroves can play a very significant role. So the Saudi Green Initiative is pretty interesting. The other thing that Saudi Arabia announced at COP27 was an initiative to provide propane, like this is a fossil fuel, but in Africa where it's needed, and propane that would replace wood that's creating desertification when you cut the trees down, and animal waste fuels that create serious lung problems for people in their homes. So that to me is something that I find it interesting. Goes back to what Joe said about a practical thing is, look, using propane, even though it's a fossil fuel, is way, way better than cutting down trees for wood or using animal waste for fuel. I mean, so why don't we just do the things that make sense and like try to get on with it? And Joe, I do have a question. It's going to be for you, Richard, about slide 6 and the ambition gap. Atul and Princess Michelle had a great discussion about the IRA, and Joe jumped in. One of the other observations about the IRA, a lot of the things that are going to get built under the IRA, turns out it's going to be in red states, Republican-controlled states, because they have the permitting advantage that doesn't happen in others. I was in Texas, and Atul will probably hear more about this at CERAWeek, but in Texas, they're just dying to get some federal money to build a hydrogen hub in Houston. So. And they might not have voted for it, but I don't think they're going to vote it out. I don't think they'll vote it out. Okay, the question, and it kind of goes back again to something that Sharif said that intrigued me. Sharif was saying there's 3 or 4, there's producers, there's big users, there's the emerging countries and their interests. And then you said Europe, you singled out Europe. And Richard, in one of your slides, you had Europe is going to be using less oil, and it looked like it seems to me that that's an ambition. Less fossil fuels. It was a highlight of on slide 6, but you also noticed it said this ambition gap, and it seems to me that like in 2022 and 2023, fossil fuel use in Europe is going up, not down. And I don't know where they're in 2024. I don't know. It's like I understand that they have big plans to reduce it, but I wonder how quickly it's really going to happen, and even in Europe where the ambition is very high. So that's the question for you.
Well, so if I remember, I don't have the slides in front of me, but if I remember, if you look, I think it's probably in the context of when I was reflecting on, where are different regions of the world in terms of the transition. And the reason I pointed to Europe's emissions have in fact come down, and they've come down substantially. And in the United States, emissions have come down as well, mainly from switching from coal to natural gas, and then also with renewables penetration more recently. There's this is not an even road, and there's going to be blips. And so, looking for in one particular year, I guess I just wouldn't do that. I mean, I think the signals are there, the commitment seems there. It seems to me that Europe has is weathering like an extremely severe energy crisis. And for the most part, looks like it's doubled down on the energy transition for reasons having, it just so happens that, fossil fuels, gas was like right at the center of that. So it's not surprising that would reinforce it. Versus other parts of the world, it very well might go in the other direction, actually. If I think about, India, for example, right? And India has been interested in gas in the past. Like if I'm India now and I'm looking at gas and coal, I probably like my coal, right? And there's probably, so I would say it's also created headwinds for other regions of the world. But I don't know if that's responsive to your question or not, Adam, but this is going to be slow. And I think in terms of the ambition gap, when you look at the trends, the rate of change could be much, much, much higher than it currently is. And there would still be an ambition gap relative to the targets that have been set out. I mean, it's because it's not a kind of slow stop reverse, it's a reverse. And in terms of the ambition, but that is the world, that's the world we're in. We should have gotten going on this 20 years ago, not anyway. So the longer we wait to start the transition, the harder it's going to look.
Nora, I think we have time for one more because we have a group photo and
I actually want to give the floor
I'll let you
Bjorn
decide.
to just, if you wanted to make any final remarks, since maybe you didn't have enough time to elaborate on some of your points, but if not, we could. Okay, Bjorn, would you like to make any? Okay.
This is very short, and it's just a remark to Sharif. You're absolutely right. For CCUS, we need a price on carbon, but we need a global price on carbon. It doesn't help if it's different things in different places. And the other thing with CCUS, we need regulatory frameworks that work. I was burnt. And Atul was at the same time at BP as I was. We had a CCUS thing done for one of our platforms in the North Sea where we were given subsidies. By the time the platform came into operation, the subsidies were nixed and we were sort of to the tune of $1 billion out of the money. These things must not happen. So all good, but we must not forget we're dealing with governments and they need to be consistent, which is the great thing in this part of the world. You look at Saudi, you look at UAE, they have sort of figured out how to put the right frameworks around things.
I'm just afraid that if you do it on a global basis, it's an excuse for people not to do it. So for me, there's a lot of places where you can actually get started. When you just put Exxon to the test, you said we know where it is. We know what it takes to do it. You said it takes $100 billion. Go do it. And you said you want $100 price on carbon. Fine. That's specific. At the moment, with all the talk about carbon capture, all the projects in the world that are 100 million tons, it's not going to make a difference. But if you start locally in different places, every country should have their own encouragement to go plant as many trees as they can, or as many mangroves as they can, or whatever it takes that capture carbon out of the atmosphere. It's local. You can do it at the local level. If it's global, it's better. But we're not going to get to global because then everybody says, what about him? So people have to get started.
Bjorn, I'll give you the
Could
final
I just
remarks.
make a comment to this because I agree to the importance of putting a price on carbon. But I also think that having a global price is probably very unrealistic. So if we wait for that to happen, it's some will even seen it's a strategy for postponing it. And actually, as we speak, I mean, if you look to Europe, there is a significant price on carbon. In the US now with the IRA, you basically have a incredible incentive for a price on carbon, and that will accelerate CCS in the US. And if you look in Norway, is of course an anomaly, but it's my home country. But there, if you look at the OPEX of the offshore installations, now CO2 tax is the third biggest single OPEX cost. And that of course changed behavior. Yeah.
Thank you, Bjorn. And I agree. And I think the global single price is unrealistic because it can also create regressive, just because of the aggressive nature on it, and it could have really unintended impacts. But I think to your point, and I think we spoke about it, is and Sharif's point is there are regions that can actually have an explicit carbon price, but in other regions there could be implicit through subsidies, through supports, through carrots rather than sticks. And we're seeing that here in the kingdom, the government is investing heavily in supporting some of our champions in investing in CCUS, in creating the CCUS regional hub. And this is not through direct taxation. It's not through a direct price on carbon. Rather, it's more of an incentive and government support. So there are different ways of thinking about it. But the idea of putting a price for carbon is very much, critical to the whole conversation. I'll pass it on to you, Joseph. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for our panel. Each panel keeps getting better and better, so it's really been a terrific day. I don't really have a lot to add, but I want to invite my co-host, who's still here, His Excellency Secretary General Al-Gais, to say a few concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Joe. There's a lot to say, actually, but like Angela, my colleagues prepared the written statement for me, so I'll say that. Again, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all of the speakers, presenters, and contributors to our discussions today. You've certainly given us all food for thought. The symposium has been a further bridge for enhancing our common understanding. But a few key takeaways, I would say, are as follows. There is no one universally accepted definition of the energy transition. This is evident. There are multiple paths to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we should keep in mind the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. All forms of energy will be needed to support future socioeconomic growth. Policymakers need to be conscious of the possibility of unintended consequences in some of the policies aimed at expediting an energy transition. The needs of the fuel poor should always be considered in policy formation process. And the role of technology will be crucial, as we've discussed, in unlocking an emissions-reduced future, particularly technologies like CCUS, CCE, and hydrogen. Of course, energy outlooks composed of impartial factual data and modeling remain indispensable tools for policymakers, albeit, as we all heard today, it's really difficult time for forecasters, including my OPEC forecasters. Fostering good relations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, and transparency between all stakeholders in the energy industry is an utmost priority for us at OPEC. We are very appreciative and thankful for the very positive and dynamic spirit and collegiality that has developed within the producer-consumer dialogue, especially here in the IEF. So once again, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to you, your colleagues, for this excellent arrangement, hosting us all here in Riyadh, and of course, appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. And I just have two announcements, actually. I'm not going to make any conclusion remarks so we can get going. We're going to do a group photo right after this session concludes. Right behind us, you'll see a little area for the photo. And then I think the buses are leaving here at 6:30 to go to Capsark. So if you need transportation, there'll be buses leaving here at 6:30. So thank you all, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow morning for the second day's events. Thank you.
Thank you.